How? Where are the odds of us actually finishing this game sooner than later? What? Thing is, I have a few more games that just take its place. But here's the thing through none of those titles. Maybe another game would be here, but I'm not sure how to fit them all. You know what? How about this? I'm going to play Peace Walker right after this one, but instead of Little Big Adventure, I'm going to play those aforementioned games. When I finish, I'll be off. I'm overly disconnected to Twitch. Waiters, let's go.
didn't stream this game last week. You know, I don't remember those bodies that they just shown in the cutscene. Weird. Are they hiding some bodies from me? Beep whoop. So where we were... battle? See, the thing is, I already don't remember what was happening back then. Destroy enemy, okay. Targetron, advanced training area. Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, it's a battle arena, right. Oh, I do remember now. Eggnogs. Can you imagine? The last thing I've fought were these eggnogs. And they swept the floor with my bots. Yeah, I remember now. It's a revenge time. What can we do here? Right, I do remember working on this thing. It's quite simplistic. As you can see, it doesn't take up much space. So it checks the status of overheating and HP.
I'll take you to a place which might be interesting for you.
Hello, and thank you for follow. Hathorn VT. So yeah, then we aim our weapons to anything within 800 meters. Then we auto turn towards it. Then we dash towards it. We turn quickly if the being is in our right or left sectors, and then once we are within 100 meters we start shooting both of our weapons. It's quite simplistic, but I think it will work, because I think I did test it. So...
Right.
Oh. You're also raiding. Jeez. Hello, Cosmox. So that's why.
Hi-yo.
Hey-yo, hey-yo. Hello, guys. Any paragraphs that you would like to copy-paste in here, or
Hi.
or maybe you just type it in? Okay, we do have a mission, guys, to beat 3 eggnogs.
What's up, homie?
No matter how that sounds. Mission start. No, actually we need to select a different team. And let's see if this works. I don't control these bots anymore, by the way. I've pre-programmed them, so if they do something stupid, then I'm failing as a programmer. But this setup...
Damn, this game looks insane.
I think this setup works. And probably would work for much of other stuff. All 3 of my bots survived, actually. Previously, these 3 eggnogs were wiping the floor with my bots. And it is also kind of a, what you would call it, a visual novel? Basically, I'm a super billionaire, like a Batman type guy, but paralyzed, so he uses wheelchair. And he hired a student from Taiwan to teach him how to program and operate these massive bots. So, and this fight just now, it was kind of a lesson, I think. It operates in an interesting way. Basically, I'm explained of some concepts by this girl, and then I have to fight something to actually show that I actually, you know, understand the subject. The special rocket launcher has limited applications, but... Oh, right. She expected me to use...
Fun is a Gryffindor because he's brave.
Oh, there it
Of
is.
the 3, he holds the most qualities
There
of
it
a
is.
Gryffindor. I don't mind the thought of moving the main characters to different houses, but really, the character who makes the most sense as a Slytherin is Fonks. He's a bold, pure-blooded, powerful wizard. This would amplify his crossing with Snape, and make Snape's sacrifice for Lily and Harry all the more powerful. It would also make the Tom Riddle to Fonsa connection closer, creating a much more enter.
It didn't fit? Shame. Yeah, Slytherin for sure. What do you take me for, really? The special rocket launcher has limited applications, right. This lesson was...
Because lol of you, homie.
Yeah... I'm not sure, actually, if that's the case. Anyway, as I was saying, this lesson was technically about the special rocket launcher that launches decoys, but...
I take you as a dark wizard you were literally playing alone in the dark yesterday.
Well, yes, but my Alone in the Dark playthrough as Carnby actually boils down to find a key to unlock a box with a key, and then take that key to unlock something else, which is actually guarding an object and a key. Lots of running around with keys. It wasn't like that when I was playing Aileen. Most of stuff was open by default, I think. Maybe it's because of the
If you need
Carnby.
to play Kingdom Hearts, there's plenty.
Oh god. Really? Nah, you know what? Somehow I don't feel like playing Kingdom Hearts now. I wonder why.
Really?
Yeah.
Lol knew we can't drag him to the dark side yet.
Really? Kingdom Hearts is a dark side? Ooh. I can't imagine what's happening in there. Well, I've seen a couple of videos that kind of brushed up on the subject, but really not going into much of detail. So I have some expectations of like convoluted story, but I also played the entirety of Legacy of Kain games, and maybe it's comparable with a bunch of
I
time
guess he's
jumps.
referring to Donald Duck as president.
What? Really? Okay.
It's
That
a great game, just the story is confusing as hell.
Yeah, let me then, for the time being, return to this game. Stories here is like much less confusing, but it also requires you to win some challenging fights in a way. And I think I am kind of like It's chapter 12, and I think this game is 20 chapters.
Just empty can guarantee the next saga will have another 10 games.
Oh god. So it's like Final Fantasy in a way, huh? Okay, let me go back to reading. Alright, rocket launcher.
I hope so, lol, and yeah, Kinder.
So yeah, this lesson that I've just played through was kind of
Final Fantasy, but with the same story connecting
made
everything.
to, you know, teach me how to use decoys, but I didn't. Because when I was using decoys, I was schwacked. So I don't know if I will ever be using
Final
those rockets.
Fantasy, but with Disney.
Final Fantasy, but with Disney. How would that work? I don't know. It's like PSO2 with a bunch of how would I put this? The game had lots of partnerships when it introduced into the game stuff from other games, like from Persona, from what's the name of the game? Valkyria Chronicles, I think, and a bunch of other shit. So it felt like a hodgepodge of a bunch of stuff.
That's Kingdom Hearts, lol, it's legit Final Fantasy, but Disney, it's really fun, and oh damn, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do that anymore, because PSO2 kind of switched to a new-ish engine, I think, and they've totally reworked gameplay. It's no longer the usual lobby, then you go with party of friends into some adventure, but now it's instead an open world, so I'm not sure what's up with current gameplay, really. Anyway, the special rocket launcher has limited applications, but it can make a big difference in certain situations. It did not do that. That's all for that lesson. Now I'll move on to the next one, if you don't mind. Large CPU and macros.
Bro, the kids' toys freak me out. I can't tell you how many times I've had seen my kids' toys randomly turn on, start up, or move on their own. It's terrifying in the middle of the night, especially when you've heard movement from their room and go to check on them in the middle of the night only to find them fast asleep but watching their toys be used with your own eyes. I don't care how many people think I'm making that up, but it's a feeling you don't ever actually forget.
Yeah. I guess movies taught us about Terminators. They didn't account that Terminators would be small and look like toys. They're coming for us. Spoopy.
Wait, I don't have kids.
Then maybe those are your toys? That's still a possibility. Have you noticed that as you want your software to do more things, you are running out of space to place program chips? So now I'm making it possible for you to upgrade to a bigger CPU with more space for chips. Yeah, 16 times the detail. Fallout 4. I added a large CPU to CPUs under hardware. Larger CPUs are not only bigger, they have an area for 2 subprograms on the right side. Subprogram areas are a place where you can assemble small programs that you want to run repeatedly. To use them, use a chip I'm about to tell you. The call subprogram chip is for running subprograms. When this chip executes, program follow shifts
Lol,
to the
these
start.
turns got me true.
Hmm.
Drooling of my brain, lol.
Don't worry, it's not that complex. It just plays a few blocks and there it goes. When this chip executes, program will flow shifts to the start of the subprogram area.
Poor Cosbox. Learning it wasn't a member of his family and failing to understand the sheer magnitude of the situation. The scariest part for me was the guitar. I've been playing for years, and I have yet to find an object that produces the sound I've just heard. Something about it was both fascinating yet terrifying, like at any time a dog was gonna bite you.
Hawthorne, how can you deal with the Cosbox when he literally comes up with like paragraphs of text? I have TTS to read all that for me, but how do you deal with it? The subprogram has roof finished running, flow returns to the main program, whatever. Using the subprogram areas keep your program more streamlined. You have blocks that you want to run over and over. I have one handy function when you are designing software. Save macro. Yeah, this would be useful earlier. Paste macro. Macros are chunks of programs. If you often use a certain arrangement of chips, you can save them as macro for easy reuse in other programs. Save macro is accessed by using such and such. And menu pop-up after select area. Yeah, I can figure out, thank you. Name, paste macro. Yeah, I had to reprogram the entire thing from the ground up because I couldn't, reuse much of it. But now they reintroduce macros that could allow me to copy-paste parts of my programs. And it's like halfway point, even a bit further than that through the game. They could have introduced this thing earlier, that's all I'm saying. If you say frequently use chunks of programming as macros, you will make designing programs more efficient. Yeah. So what's the lesson? Any missions?
Now, Ida, but my stories are folklores from thousands of years ago. Ancestor Cosbox the First was a man in the wild in caveman days. He's a telly stories around the campfire in the cave.
I see, that makes sense. So it's hereditary. Okay, this program... no mission? I see, so she just unlocked a bunch of stuff. I assume... yeah, bigger CPUs. Memory capacity, computing speed... Computing speed is improved. It has the fastest computing speed. Do I need those? Also, I think I should have some of those. Hardware, CPU. Yeah, I do have this version. A large
Everything
CPU
the
core.
light touches, my kingdom, I
Largest
guess
amount.
that means I can't go out after fall and winter.
Largest amount of memory. There's also 2 subprogram areas. So it's the slowest. Oh yeah, 90 CS chips per second. Do I need bigger CPU on this thing? Why not? Yeah, so much space unused. This is kind of closer to real programming in the way that I can now make 2 functions which I can then later call. But since tutorial didn't really require me to do anything, so I can simply continue to the next lesson. Only have a little more to teach you, Kyle. This time we're going to focus on your opponent's weapons. Assess target weaponship. The assess target weaponship evaluates the weapons of your enemy you are locked onto. It is used to change tactics based on the opponent's armament. For example, if the enemy Oki has a weapon that your Oki is vulnerable to, you can prioritize destroying that weapon. Can you really aim at a weapon? Here's the chip you can use to target a specific weapon instead of your opponent's Oki generally. Really? Change site location chip. Using the change site location chip, you can switch your targeting from the opponent's Oki in general to the position of the specific weapon. But even if you target a specific weapon, unless your opponent is stationary, you won't be able to hit it. But guided weapons like missiles have a better chance. So there is no need to target weapons all the time, only when it would prove very advantageous to destroy that weapon. Your opponent this time is a team of 3 tripods, but they each have different weaponry. One way to deal with the weapon that you are especially worried about is to target it and try to destroy it. To revise your software and then carry out the mission. Well, do I really need to revise anything? I think these bots that previously fought, I think they can do it. Let's go with the mission one more time. Yeah. Come on, dude. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a record, baby. Come on. Oh, they go into melee now. Yeah. Still worked. Mission complete. You have really gotten good at this. There are only 2 more lessons until we are done. Well, we'll end here for today. Good job, Kyle. Yep. Let's save Rudy.
I show up to the stream, and the first thing I hear is Say singing the hits from this.
Yeah. Well, it, was thematic at the moment. Who'll toll the bell? I said the bull, because I can pull. I'll toll the bell. With your permission, I will go, Master Kyle. Fine, I'll call you if I need you. Stand by. As you command. So, you're going to use the setlog server again today, aren't you? Yeah, in previous stream it was kind of explained what the fuck is a setlog. That's like a governmental military server that runs the simulation of these military machines that we are programming for. But our Mr. Billionaire over here actually accessed this military grade server and using it for his own learning. because he wants everything to be as close to a real thing as possible. Because later on he wants to take his revenge using those. Yes, it may be wrong, but you can't stop me, Chilling. Can't stop you, but I want to. I wish I could make you stop. But I don't think you can stop on your own, Kyle. But I've been thinking about it for a while now. I keep asking myself why. Why is Kyle doing something like this? A guy with so much wealth, who can have anything he could imagine. Why does a guy like that want military weaponry? You know, to make his own country, probably. With enough wealth and enough military equipment that you can reprogram, surely you can conquer Venezuela. Why not? You're willing to risk everything to break all kinds of laws. For what end? By the way, those thingies, those OKEs that you've seen twice in battle, they are actually kind of big-ish. If you ever played Front Mission 3, they are kind of between the human size and the Vanzer size. Like half of that. So, they're quite big machines. But because they don't have any pilot to, facilitate, they can be more compact. You're willing to risk everything to break all kinds of laws. For what end? But I am already your accomplice, because I've stood by as you hacked into this system. I suppose you're right. So, I want you to answer a few questions for me. I have a right to know. What made you want to learn to operate OKEs, Kyle? It's better you don't ask. The reason has nothing to do with you. Aha, exactly. Huh? That is what I wonder about most right now. You are trying to protect me, Kyle. You don't want to get me caught up in whatever you're contemplating. Actually, OKEs are weapons, and you were dead set on mastering the art of programming them for combat. Why else would a civilian be determined to get his hands on OKEs, other than to commit terrorism? I see your point. And that's what I don't get. If you just wanted to commit terrorist act, why go to all this trouble of taking lessons to master OKE operations yourself? There's no need. There are many easier ways. For example, find some way of focusing me to program them for you. Yet you never tried that. You have chosen to make all this effort to master the technology yourself. Why? Answer me, Kyle. I can't argue with you. Huh? Kyle? I just... Chilling, I insist that you continue the lessons. What? If you refuse, maybe I will hold a gun to you and threaten you. After all, I must be a terrorist. In the end, maybe threats are better. It would be much quicker. You've given me an excellent idea, Miss Su, my teacher. So that's it then. That is your answer, Kyle? Yes, it is. I understand.
Teach me. Now.
Yeah. I mean, if things continue to go where they go right now, with the increase of cost of having a degree, maybe pointing a gun at your teacher and then saying, "Teach me now," is a better form of mugging, because then you extract more value from a person. But do you realize, Kyle, that there are only a few lessons left on the menu? You already know enough that you don't need me. And lessons? Fine. The only lessons left are one more about hardware and one more about software. tuning overview. Start with whichever you want. Tuning or counter? Let's go with tuning. Tuning your Oki. This is the final lesson on hardware. Tuning falls into two categories, tuning energy and tuning engine output. I'll explain about tuning energy first. Added energy under hardware. Now I'll explain in detail, so please go to hardware. Okay, hardware. For energy, like options, push the right button to bring up the menu. Let's bring up the menu 4. From here you can customize the amount of energy your key carries. If you carry too much energy, you will have leftover energy that adds needless weight and make overheating more likely. But if you carry less energy, your key weight will be lower and overheating will be less likely. As long as you have enough energy, you want to keep the amount you carry as low as possible. So it's like analogous to commercial flights. They fill up tanks, but they don't fill them to the fullest extent. They actually fill by counting how much they need to the next destination. Otherwise, the plane would be too heavy and it would just expend more fuel than it needs to. Okay. Next, I'll explain about engine output. Okay. Let me see it. Here you optimize your engine output. In other words, tuning your horsepower. More output increases payload, but makes it more likely your Oki will run out of energy. On the other hand, if you reduce output, your payload drops, but your energy supply will last longer. I see. So if I don't carry heavy equipment, I can lower output and then lower the amount of energy I carry, aka fuel. Energy and engine output can be the final tweaks you make after designing an Oki, or the first thing you set based on the tactics you plan to employ, such as an endurance battle or a blitzkrieg. If there is no specific issue, you can leave them on their default settings. It's up to you whether or to do tuning or not. I mean, last two battles, these motorcycles performed admirably, so I don't think I need to change anything. Oh, against flyers maybe. Yeah, those really don't like fighting flyers. Your mission this time is to defeat 3 frieds. Okay. The opponent will not take the initiative to attack. In fact, they will flee. It's easy to get dragged into a standoff, so be careful not to run out of the energy. Once you have finished designing your Okis and forming your team, proceed to the mission. Well, I have a different idea how to deal with those. Those are flyers. They are, well, typically they are small targets. They move kind of quick-ish. And the perfect way of dealing with those are the homing missiles. These bikes don't have any slots for missiles, I don't think. I have weapon 3, but it's only mines, aerial and ground ones, and decoys against enemy missiles, so it doesn't help much. So instead, let me switch to a different build, which is Lukov probably. But I did change its programming quite a lot. By the way, hey, Ed, have you been here when the game had introduced bigger CPUs with like separate spaces like a function would do? like a procedure. So now I can even make functions to call.
I don't think so.
But that requires bigger CPU.
Dang.
So yeah, there's a big space for my program, main program basically. And there's two smaller ones. As you can see, these borders, they divide into sections. There's CPU, and there's entry points for subroutine 1 and subroutine 2. And when they do return, they simply return back to the this chip. And then it continues afterwards. I don't think I need it right now, probably. Although I think I should have, you know, separated into a function.
This game's complexity will never fail to amaze me.
Yeah, I think I should expand upon evading logic, and then I simply should check for that need to evade.
Watching you play this makes me want to code something. What exactly? I don't know, but I want to put something together.
You know, it will be even worse than this, because this is like a visual thingy, visual programming kind of toy, in a way. I have lined up a few games that have programming as their main shtick. Even one game that is kind of adventure, but it also involves
Hey, Deline.
involves a lot of programming.
Now,
No, you don't like programming. Oh no! Don't tell me your brain is melting.
I said no.
Yeah, I don't remember what I did here, honestly. Let me see. So we start, we check our statuses, we apply our optional equipment if we need healing or if we are overheating. Then everything converges on this block. What's this? Oh yeah, I see. Then we... what is this? Branch of above. Oh yeah, this is for evasion. If there's a bullet closer than 200 meters anywhere around us, fired from the enemy's gun, and it's high velocity, then we go here. If it's not, then we go here. So this is like additional logic for it, depending on what type of thing it is, but honestly it doesn't matter. I thought to make additional logic for whichever the type of gun it is, but honestly it just takes up space because everything only boils down to jump to the right or to the left. It doesn't really matter. It's like everything from here is, you know, not needed. And I probably can move this back a bit. Yeah, that simplifies a bit. So if there's anything in 200 meters, we then randomly decide to jump to the left or to the right. And then we go to the firing logic, which is if there's enemy anywhere from 0 to 800 meters, anywhere around us, we then lock our reticle towards it. But I don't see, where is the thingy? Where do we pick up a weapon? Oh, there it is. I see. Okay, we aim at the dude. If there's an obstacle between us and them, and if any obstacle is located in the line of fire to the target. If there is an obstacle, we do what exactly? Shouldn't I switch those around? I think I should. Because this logic actually governs if we should move. Yeah, I think those arrows are actually backwards. Yeah. So if there's any obstacle, then we look to our right and to the left and decide whichever way we should step. Then we go here, and if nothing, we go here immediately. If we have still ammo in our main gun, we go here. So, if there is above one enemy between 900 meters and 200. So it's if an enemy is too far for us to fire, but we still see him, then we go here and we basically strafe to the left. And then goes all the way here. We aim our gun towards it and so on. If there's nobody in there, and if the enemy is closer than 100 meters, then we actually strafe away from him. And it goes there. And if he is in between 100 and 200, then we just strafe, in a typical strafing line. Okay, we aim our weapon and see if we are overheating. If we do, or rather if our heat is less than 85%, then if we are not overheating, then okay, if our heat is 85% or less, then we go here. Okay, if not, if it's more, then we go here. Right, and if the enemy is closer to us than 20 meters, we smack him. Because smacking doesn't add up heat. Okay, if we can fire, then we check our weapons ammo supply, and we check the distance to the enemy, if there's any friendlies in the area, and then we fire our weapons. But I think these are incorrect weapons. Right? It's weapon 2. Let me actually see what is on this dude. Weapon beam with 0, huh? Yeah. Actually, let me switch a body for this thing. For something with a bigger supply of missiles. Like this thing. This big boy. Look at him. So weapon 1 is supposed to be a missile. Which one of those is homing? Rocket launcher, rocket launcher. Nah, it's not a missile, it's rockets. Weapon 2 probably. Small missile launcher. Yeah, this thing. Look at him. He's loaded. Well, for this specific enemy, I think it's enough for us to use weapon 1 and weapon 2. Option 1. Option 1 was what? I think option 1 and 2 is healing. Supposed to be at least. Option 3 is coolant. Armor thickness. He's a thick boy. Probably like 50 millimeters thick. I think that would be enough. Okay, let's return to our bot over here. Weapon. Yeah, strafing logic would not work because he's using wheels. Wheels and tracks don't strafe or jump. for understandable reasons. But I think weapon logic should be enough for us to use it. Okay, if weapon 2 is as ammo, and if enemy is within 200 meters, if there's no friendlies in the area, then we fire, actually, number of shots 1 would be enough. Shooting mode, snipe? No, let's go for normal. Let's see how it performs. Then we check weapon 1. Rockets, basically. I don't think rockets would hit flying enemies, but we sure might as well try. Range 200 meters, because those aren't really that accurate. And everything past this point is not gonna work. Weapon 3, no. Weapon start, weapon 1. Shooting mode, normal. 1 shot. You know what, let's go for 2 shots. It's a rocket after all. It's inaccurate. I think that's it. I think that is it. Let's form a team with those. Oh, we do already have a team with those? Right, team 1, of course. Let's proceed to our mission. No, that's a different team. This one. Pew, pew. Come on, guys. Alright. They are programmed to strafe towards the enemy instead of simply moving towards the enemy. Hold on. I can change a camera, right? Active camera, manual camera. Whichever is better. Come on, guys, hit them. Have missiles after all. Oh man. They still have missiles. Why don't they fire them? Yeah, it's clear that I've failed. Yeah, even though I'm still kind of... Yeah, I'm using healing supplies. I don't have any missiles anymore. Yeah, probably this bot is not the best pick here. I need something that would fire more consistently instead of few missiles. Yeah, I'm not gonna fail even more. Already lost one of them. Right, to shoot down fleet enemies is surprisingly difficult. Aerial mines, scatter aerial mines, reduce the amount of safe aerospace for your opponent. Good point, good point. Then let's design, or rather, let's select a different bot, this one. And I do remember weapon 3 being available to me. Like avalanche, an aerial mine, probably would be good enough for investment. What can we use to fire at them? Particle explosives. Yeah, I think this is better option. Because this is like a flak. The shell goes near the target and then explodes. So the shrapnel has a better chance of hitting the enemy. Especially low armored flying enemy. I think it is better option for it. Self-repair, self-repair, self-cooling. Engine output. Okay. Okay, particle explosives, like 90 of each, I think. Or maybe 100, if they can fit all 100. Interesting. They can fit all 3. Actually, that's even a good idea, you know? We are going towards the enemy. Let me see. We are going towards the enemy and fire continuously our guns. Right? Within 100, let's go for 150. And let's, after firing both of those guns, actually also fire our system with mines, whatever. What was it? We need to launch a thingy. Projectiles branch. Nope. Lock. Access target action. Where was it? To shoot an enemy. And we need to simply launch it in some direction. To launch a weapon, this is it. Yeah, specify direction. None of this really matters. It's an aerial mine after all. Weapon number is 3. Number of shots 1. Processing 1 alt. Yeah, every time they'll shoot aerial enemy, they'll also deploy the mine after that. So the enemy then should be close to us, like within 150 meters. I think this will work. Look at all of the white dots on the map. All of that are mines. I'm not sure though if the enemy is close enough to hit those. Doesn't really explain, this camera doesn't really explain anything. Let me actually figure out how to move it. Okay, let's go back. I don't see any mines. Oh, one is done. One of those flyers. Second one is done. Where's this third? Oh, right underneath me. Amazing. Yeah, as you can see, shrapneling just rips through them. Amazing stuff. You completed the mission. Okay, done with tuning. What's the last thing? Counter overview. Counter overview. The very last lesson, one about software. Counters are functions that store and calculate numerical data of various kinds. Really? You... Oh my god. You're giving me variables as the very last thing? Amazing. They may seem a little intimidating, but if you use them effectively, you can create very sophisticated programs. This one will be a little long, but I'll explain it all in one go. Believe me, I do know how to use variables. Thank you very much. The input counter chip takes counter values as input. The input counter chip takes counter values as input, but where from? Various numerical data, such as the number of ally OKEs or the number of shots remaining, can be taken as input. But just inputting the data doesn't achieve anything, so another chip is needed to branch on the counter values. The assess counter chip evaluates the stored counter value and branches on it. It is the same as other conditional branching chips we've seen in terms of branching on some value. However, what is special about counters is that calculations can be performed with them. The control counter chip uses counter values in calculations. You can add and subtract the original counter input value with whatever numbers you want, or with other counter values. You can use the result of these calculations however you want. Let your ingenuity run wild. It's really a shame that they give me this as the very last thing, because now I don't think I need it. The values stored in a counter can not only be used by your own OK, they can be transmitted to your ally OKs. Oh, now this is actually interesting. Receive counter. The send counter chip sends the value of a counter to an ally. The data sent is received by a receive counter chip. Using this data exchange function, the counters can be shared across a team, enabling them to coordinate their actions. Here I'll give you an example. You have allies A and B, and only A is locked on to enemy C. A can use the input counter chip here to input C's identification number as a counter. Then set that value to B. Based on that value, B will lock on to C. Nice. Actually, this is amazing. We can focus fire now, guys. We can focus fire everything on one enemy OKE, destroy him quickly and then switch to the next one. Although it's a shame that this is a last lesson that give me this information.
Nice.
I would have, preferred to have this kind of whatever you call it, functionality a bit sooner. Based on that value, B will lock on to the C. Now the two OKs are concentrating their fire, right? To lock on to a specific enemy based on a counter value received, use this chip. The specify counter and lock-on chip references the value of a counter to perform a lock-on. The target ID code is sent to an ally. The second ally locks on to the target based on the target ID code received. Both allies can shoot at the same enemy. That's just one example. It's not a guaranteed way to make your team better. But do keep in mind that skillful use of the counter function can expand the possibilities for how your OKEs perform. Counter-type reticle chip added. The counter-type reticle chip uses a counter value to specify the shooting direction of a weapon. This is a feature for advanced users. For example, you can calculate an enemy's direction of movement with a... My god! Do you remember what I was trying to do at the beginning? You know, actually track the enemy and then add to it a bit of an elevation? So this thing is actually the thing I wanted back then. I only get it right now. For example, you can calculate an enemy's direction of movement with a counter, predict the endpoint of its path, and go to the intercepted. Now that I've told you about all of the counter-related ships, but I have several things to add about how to use them. Change counter name added. Oh, I can even name them myself. Interesting. From the software menu you can now change display names. Counter channel display. Edit counter channel display to the battle menu. This display allows you to see how counters and comm channels traffic are changing during battle. Use this to monitor whether the inputted or calculated counter values are as you expected. That's the end of my lesson on counters, but counters are really tricky and you can't understand them just from this lesson. You can make very strong OKEs without using counters, so don't worry on that score. Once you have gotten used to the OKE design process, if you would like to make OKEs that you can do a wider range of things, then try counters out gradually. That's the end of my lesson on counters. There's no special mission assigned this week. Congratulations, Kyle. So now you're done with all of the lessons. Nice job. We're done then? I finished the last lesson? Thank you. Now it was your hard work, Kyle. I stuck with it right through the end. I have nothing more to teach you. But Kyle, I... Chilling Sue. You are a truly great teacher. Huh? Oh, thank you? Thank you very much. Your final bonus will be deposited in your account. I've arranged it. A bonus? You don't have to. I'm perfectly happy with what you've paid me. Please accept it. It should be enough to cover your remaining tuition. Huh? But that would be so much money. I'm quite serious. Check your balance and see. And don't worry. Where the money came from will be untraceable. Untraceable? Why would I be worried about that? And the ND terminal that I gave you has also been scrubbed of any links to me. You have nothing to worry about. Kyle, you must never come to the estate again. Understand? Kyle, what are you saying? You're just kidding, right? You don't mean that. I mean, why would she come here anymore? Like, she ended the lessons? She was hired as a tutor. Chilling Sue, let me put it more bluntly. I'm done with you. Get out of my sight. You don't want me to get entangled with what you're up to. That's it, isn't it? You're so thorough. I'm doing what you taught me. Keeping my eye on the objective and doing what it takes to reach it. Having people I don't need around will get in my way. So I'm removing an obstacle. That's all. Well, I'm not gonna sob just because dialogue said so. Patricia, are you there? Yes, Master Kyle. Take her home. Prepare the car. At once, Miss Chilling. This way, please. I will see you off. This is too awful. I can't stand it. How many times do I have to tell you? Get out of my sight. I wish I could have done more for you. I will see her off. Uh-huh. It's better this way. Better. I can't get her involved. Isn't that right, Waylon? Oh, we even have our flashback here. Nice. It was 5 years ago. Back when I was a greenhorn teacher without a clue. Mr. Siggy's have a pass. You're not getting by me. Swish swoosh. 3-pointer. Whatever. Hold on, that's Kyle? Are you sure? It doesn't look like that. Need a break. Better quit, in fact. Help me up. But we still have time. It's a bummer to quit now, since you forfeited teach. We'll call it a draw. Oh, sure, that's fine. Sorry about that. Waylon. Yeah, we've seen her picture. I guess she's dead. Oh, Waylon. Do you want coffee or tea? Appreciate the offer, but I'll pass. A teacher shouldn't take gifts from students, right? You're such a stickler, Mr. Shigisawa. I thought he was kind of a boyfriend. Turns out he was a teacher. Huh. Already bought 2 though. What will I do with the other one if you don't drink it? Well, in that case, I'll have a tea, please. Here you go. Ah, thanks. You did great out there, Teach. I can see why you were captain of a basketball team. I have new respect for you. That was back in high school. I can't match the athleticism of high school kids anymore. Not for more than 10 minutes. Guess not, old guy. I guess being in my 20s, I seem like an old guy
Hello,
too.
Cosfox and Rondo. Hi, Funk the Engineer.
Hello, bud.
Hey, bud.
Hey, you. But you look cool out there. Really cool. Really? Well, thanks. Whatever. You already drank part of it. Points, blah, blah, blah. Can we get to the, less fluff stuff and more important aspects of the game? The girls must have been all over it for you. You have probably juggling a few girlfriends at the time. You're trying to embarrass me. Honestly, I wasn't popular. Actually, I was kind of a loner. Liar. I bet you were just dense. I couldn't even tell when a girl was showing interest in you. I'm sure of it. I bet you'll launch tomorrow. Why do you have to bet on everything? You're so serious. You hide behind your seriousness. I wouldn't say that. But it's kind of cute how you do that. Aw. So you weren't popular in high school. What about now? Well, Is there a woman in your life? Are you single? Lonely? Those questions are out of line. So you don't have a girlfriend? Your expression gives it away. Look, I'm telling you. Got it? Mr. Shigisawa doesn't have a girlfriend. Mr. Shigisawa doesn't have a girlfriend. Nope, Mr. Shigisawa does not have a girlfriend.
Settle down.
When you keep saying it over and over like that, it sounds like you're happy about it. I bet you today's homework you don't have a girlfriend. You can't bet homework. You have to do it whether I have girlfriend or not. And that response confirms you don't have a girlfriend. Well, Lin, you are hearing a word I'm saying? Whether or not there's a woman in my life has nothing to do with your homework. Breaking news! Mr. Shigisawa is available! In play! On the market. Get it out. What's gotten into you? I'm emailing everyone that you're available. Why? I always share info like this, or else it causes arguments later. Whoever we is, my love life is none of your business. Mr. Shigesawa, when you were in high school, you must have been oblivious too. Didn't you know that tons of girls have a crush on you? In our class, there's Ellen, Christina, and Kelsey? And the history teacher, Miss Aquilani too, I bet. Crush Mr. Aquilani? That's not true. See, I knew you were oblivious, but... And now the race begins. Huh? The Mr. Shigesawa Cup. I need to handicap the odds. What kind of girls do you like, Mr. Shigesawa? What in the world do you think you're doing? Ellen is the most popular girl right now. Kelsey is number 2. Miss Aquilani is the dark horse. But if you prefer older women, that shifts the odds. So you set the odds, Waylon. Are you some kind of bookie? You're mean and blind. Hey, it's fine, we only bet lunch tickets. That's wholesome and appropriate for high school, right? But, by the way, I'm going to enter the race myself. How can a bookie also be in the race? And anyway, you can't toy with adults like that. Who's toying? This race is serious, dead serious. At least it is for me. What does that mean? Since you're a teacher and the teacher-student romance is forbidden. But in just over a year I'll graduate and the problem is solved if you wait for me. If I what? Just hold on. I will if you will. You need to open your eyes, Mr. Shigesawa. You're the type who gets focused on the thing that tunes everything else out. And that would be a big mistake for you now. I just bet it would. Stop talking about betting. Even if it's launch tickets, those cost money. So betting's okay as long as it doesn't involve money or things? Well, I guess it would be okay in that case. Then I bet my first kiss. That's even worse. It's fine. If you bet me your first kiss too, then whoever wins, it will all even out anyway. Waylon. I'm kidding. You're really as serious, Mr. Shigesawa? Lunch break is almost over, I better go. Waylon, hold on.
Japanese, at least this isn't Persona or Nana.
You know, if it was a Japanese version of the game, there would be a voiceovers in Japanese. I'm not sure why English version doesn't have at least Japanese voices, and I have to read everything out loud. Unbelievable. She has me all flustered. If I let my students toy with me like that, I'll be ruined. Waylon Lin was my student, and she had a huge crush on me. But for the most part, I don't think it was real love. Probably she was just toying to fill an emotional void in her life. I knew that behind her bubbly facade, Waylon Lin had probably problems at home. She didn't get along.
I watch anime from this already 30 years.
Yeah, it depends on what anime. Like, stuff that typically comes out nowadays. You know, ongoings. Most of them quite shit. Like, low budget shit. It's like they have gone downhill from the 80s. She didn't get along with her father. Maybe Waylon wanted me to be the father she always felt she was missing. Yeah, to be her daddy, clearly. It's not that I couldn't understand her feelings. The experience of being estranged from my father was one that I shared with her. Huh? Who's coming? That's impossible. What in the world are you doing here? Father? Why did you come here? And you even brought Mother along. No special reason. Not on my part. That's right. I'm the one who suggested we come. I insisted on it to your father. Huh. Interesting. The dad looked so old. She doesn't look old at all. I mean, look at her. She's maybe in her 40s. But the father looked like an old fart. We were in the neighborhood, so we wanted to see how you are getting along with the teacher, Kyle. Are you serious, Mother? Give me a break. You're acting like I'm still tied to your apron strings. Forgive me, but I was so worried about you. I'm so relieved to see that you're well. I've been watching you, and it looks like you are really flourishing as a teacher. What? Your students love you. That's important. More important than knowledge and degrees. Isn't it, honey? Look at this old fart. Really, the age gap is probably like maybe 10 to 20 years between those. Can't you just accept it by now? Mother? Honey, each person has their destined career. Kyle wasn't born to follow in your footsteps, honey. He was born to become a teacher. That's all there is to it. It's time for you to forgive Kyle. Mother, please drop it. That discussion is dead and buried. It's my fault. Of course, Father won't forgive me, but I have no regrets about becoming a teacher. Kyle, I have nothing to say. Honey, this was a waste of time. I knew it would be. Of course, Kyle is doing splendidly. But didn't have to come all the way here to know that. He's my son after all. Father. Kyle, you've said you were never coming home. You said you didn't care if you were disinherited, that you just wanted us to let you find your own path. Yes, that's what I said. That's fine by me. You're stubborn and you'll never turn aside. Even now, you would never come crying to me asking me to reinstate your inheritance. But at least come by and see us sometime. Your mother misses you. Father, I will come soon. I promise. Ah. What's that sound? Huh? What? When I think back on that moment, chills run down my spine. That senseless moment of horror stretched on and on and on. Everything seems to move in slow motion. A burning airplane was falling from the sky. The students began screaming as they noticed it. The event probably lasted no more than 10 seconds, but to me it seemed like an eternity. The thought that we had to escape was in my mind, but I was frozen in place. It was too shocking, so out of nowhere, that my brain and body were paralyzed. As that seemingly inescapable doom descended on us, I stood gaping at it far longer than necessary. The plane? It's falling on us. Everyone get out of here. Run! Mr. Shigesawa! So I guess that was what was happening to the girl on a picture? they just got slapped by a falling plane. Was it a commercial flight? And then the plane came down. The crash of Flight SAL 606, a jumbo jetliner. Like a precision-guided munition, as though we were locked into the sights, it plunged straight at Olson International High School, my school. And then... What? How? Am I dead? Ah. Shit. No. Not this. Not like this. Here's the thing, though. The plane was burning in atmosphere, basically, when it was falling. So, was it a terrorist act? I doubt it. It would simply, flew into the building. Instead, it was simply falling. This can't be. How can this... They were just smiling. Mother, father, I promised you. And now... Why? Why? I promised to come see you. You came all this way to see me. Why? Why now? Why this? This can't be happening. And yeah, rambling. Well, that's an additional stuff that happened, I guess. Wailun got whacked as well. Well, of course, as any other students that were in that building, of course. Wailun, are you alright? You're alive? I mean... Let's look at the picture real close. Is she alright? Kind of. I don't see no blood. Mr. Shigesawa, I'm so cold. I mean, the fire is right there. Don't give up, Wailun. Hang in there. I'm coming. Hang on. If anyone had been there watching that scene unfold, it would have been a horrific sight. I had already suffered partial brain damage from the impact. I had lost my ability to stand and walk. I wanted to rush over to where Wailun was, but all I could do was drag myself along with my arms, slowly creeping along like a bug, like some bug. And I guess that's... Oh, no, she's not dead yet. Feel cold. Well, she did say that already. Stay with me. Don't close your eyes. Please don't. And such. Lots of yelling, not much of a new meaning in sentences. I'm sure it's a tragic moment. But I'm not gonna try to read it out. Absurd scenario. An injured man, unable to walk, with no medical expertise. Even if I could reach her side, what could I do? Wailun, my student, was on the verge of death. What could I do? But at that moment I wasn't even aware of the absurdity. If I could just reach her. I thought then I could save her. There was no reason to believe that, but I believed it. I'm getting there, I'll save you. When I save you, you can kiss me or whatever you want. But it's getting dark. I see. Well, this picture had changed a little to express that she's a goner. In the end, I wasn't even able to clasp her hand. I wasn't able to do anything at all. From this time forward, the only emotions I need are anger and pain. I have no time for any others. From this moment on, I will be a machine with the sole function of revenge. In this heart of mine, there will be only carnage. Just a little longer. Wait just a little longer. Vengeance is coming. Justice. Vengeance. All the birds of the air fell a singing
He's
and
gonna
a
find
sobbing.
Bin Laden and make him pay.
Yeah. And then he'll deliver justice to Gotham. When they heard the bell toll for poor Cock Robin. I don't know what that's those lyrics from. Save completed. Oh, now it's orange. It used to be pink. Chapter 14. Executing Vengeance. Hold on, we still are on these girls, like the tutor and her friend, which is Veneta.
Seriously though, the airplane crash didn't look deliberate to me. Who is there to enact revenge upon?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. If it was like deliberately pointed into that building, well, it wouldn't be burning at the time, right? Because if you're a terrorist and you're flying into a building, burning plane that loses fuel as it burns, and you can lose any engine at any moment at that point, they would affect your ability to fly in that building. You might fall sooner than your target. So I don't think it was deliberate. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just take a leisurely walk like this rather than running. I like breathing in all that fresh air. Chilling? Chilling. Hello? Huh? Oh, sorry. What did you say? What's up with you? You just been staring at the sky. Have I? I heard that your seminar you accidentally deleted a whole day's worth of data. Chilling, it's not like you've never done anything klutzy, but screwing up in a class is really not like you. It was just... You're not yourself these days, seriously. I mean, look, we came all the way out of here to North River Corporation's Nature Park. What just flew overhead? Some prototype, I guess. Prototype? You mean we are on North River Corp property? North River? You just now realized that? Where did you think you were walking? Sorry. North River bought up all this land to study the effects of noise, vibration and emissions on the environment. They manage it like parkland. Most of it is open to the public for hiking. Sometimes a prototype flies over like that, so you get a lot of aviation buffs coming here with cameras. See that big building over there? That's their facility. Aren't you interested in space exploration? It's North River's space division that drove their growth. I thought coming here might perk you up. Thanks, Vanetta. No problem. I'm just doing it for my own sake. When you get moppy, it really drags me down too, you know? I guess it's good for dieting? You're only eating half as much as at breakfasts as you used to. I guess so. You don't even realize it? This is a serious case. Chilling Su, Caltech's legendary eating machine has lost her appetite? No way. What could have possibly happened to cause that? It's gotta be a breakup. Am I right? How? Oh. Aha, bingo. It's... This is a surprise, Chilling. Of all people. You've tasted the sweet fruit at last. Such a late bloomer. Not really. But a man who would dump you. He'd have to be blind. I'm telling you, it's not... Maybe he's worried that if he dates you, the food costs along with... will break up him. Maybe he's sad that you have such a nice figure despite how much you eat. Maybe he's not far off base. Vanetta, take it easy, I'm kidding. It's not that, it's just... Why are you so sure I got dumped? Am I wrong? Why else would you be so down? I'm not down or anything. Last month you looked so happy. This month you suddenly... Know what I mean? It's like you would suddenly came to an end. It was obvious right away. Well, don't worry about it. First, love never works out. After you go through this kind of thing a few times, you'll develop a keener eye for men. It's not how it is. He and I were never a couple. And we have totally different values and living standards. He and I could never. He's so blunt and big-headed, even though he's got it all. He's older than me, so it feels dangerous somehow. And when he does smile sometimes, he's so... And I just... Oh boy, Chilling. I guess, after all, it's like you said, Vanetta. I kind of had a breakup. You sure did. Who was the guy? You'll feel better if you talk about it. It's the guy I was tutoring in programming. That Moneybags? Shigesawa? No doubt about it. His lifestyle is out of sight. So you confessed your love to him? I tried, but I couldn't. He wouldn't let me. He never... From the beginning, he never really saw me. Are you kidding me? Chilling? Huh? What do you mean, Vanetta? You didn't actually tell him how you feel? Not really. Then you don't know how it will turn out. Sure, first love almost never works out, but that's one thing and this is another. If you're going to get rejected, at least get actually rejected. If you never go for it, the regret will gnaw at you forever, especially a little dreamer like you. But do you still love him? Yeah, I think. I have to say, I'm stunned. You of all people, Chilling. Yeah, I was stunned too. What made you fall in love? I mean, what kind of guy is he? I work for him, so... I've heard a million stories about how rich he is. What about his personality? You don't love him just cause he's rich, right? No, of course not. So he's good looking, right? He's mature, calm and collected, kind of melancholy. But sometimes he gives me a glimpse of caring smile. He's gallant and cute. Maybe it's not something you see on the surface. What's with that face, Vanetta? Whoa, you're so full on head over heels for him. His smile is that only I see, right? That is so you, Chilling. Hey now, I'm not saying he's not handsome. He might be. His haircut is a little shaggy. He's Asian like me, so he doesn't have chiseled features. Instead, there's something gentle about his face and, oh, there's a scar on his forehead. He seems to want to hide it. Does he look kind of like that guy? Huh? Oh, yeah, kind of. Wait, what? That car, it is Kyle. The target should be currently in the hangar of North Rivers Aerospace Research Labs. Confirmed? Confirmed. Positive identification. Is this the only imagery we have from the security system? You can barely make it out its shape. Those are OKs? That is correct. So why would they be keeping OKs in the hangar of an aerospace research facility? Sure, it's a big company, but it's civilian. It can't be just for security. North River is developing large transport planes for airdropping OKE, for experiments in parachute deployment, load testing, etc. We can assume they need real OKs. Patricia, you can work through the security system to freeze the OKs? Impossible, they are not connected to the security system. If they're purely for experimental purposes, that makes sense. The problem is whether they will go into action or not. Well, if they are doing airdrop tests with them, there are no mock-ups. We cannot tell whether they have combat programs installed, but we should be prepared to take them down if necessary. Yes, Master Kyle. The camo truck? Already in position. Okay for an okay. So we're not overmatched. Begin. Start command to OK 1, 2, and 3 in the truck. Confirmed. Confirm situation and plan. There are 3 OKs in the hangar, the same number we have. The strategic objective is to destroy all of this as quickly as possible and take command of the hangar. Then capture our target, Fred Norman, in his research lab. I have disabled the security system, but if the planned time is exceeded, the exception will be detected, and the police could be alerted. In that case, we will have no choice but to withdraw. Patricia, motion all alerts and communication circuits in the vicinity. Monitor. Yes, Master Carroll. Operation commencing. We're coming for you, Fred Norman. Finally, the moment has come. All the people you killed, my father, my mother, my students, and Wei Lun, all the suffering you caused, all the hopes you ended, if only knew a tenth of the damage you've done. That was kind of long. So we do have all of our lessons over here completed, right? Let me actually save before we do anything rash. So, beat mission. The mission objective is to destroy the OKs in the warehouse. 2 barking dogs and a Lotus are confirmed. The security system is offline, but if you take too much time and routine report is missed, the exception will be detected and the police could be called. You must destroy all 3 OKs within 5 minutes. Can we, without even additional programming, can we actually do this? You know what, let's try it. We have saved after all.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's too far from the action. Let me switch to something else, like active camera.
Have a good see you.
Okay. See ya, bud. See ya and take care. I see that we have killed okay number 3. So now we only have barking dogs to worry about. Yeah. It's not the best matchup, because I didn't change anything about these bots I have on my side. But we did it anyway. See, the thing is, my bikes, let's call them that, they are equipped with flag cannons. So they are not as useful against land-based OKs. Thank you. Run, it's a terrorist attack. Kyle really is a terrorist? All our OKs are down. Where are the police? Why haven't they gotten here yet? Comlinks must be down. Are we being jammed? Is Kyle inside that hangar? Why are you going there? Dummy. Out of my way. Chilling? What are you doing? Where are you going? Don't go back there, it's dangerous. Chilling, are you listening to me? Hey! Somebody! Anybody! Fred Norman. So it's not operating autonomously. Well, it actually does. All of my OKs are actually autonomous. But whatever. We still got here to catch your ass. Someone's controlling it in the real time. You're Fred Norman? Stop! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! What do you want with me? I'm just a researcher. My job title is just for show. I don't have any authority. There's no point in killing me. I'm... Stop, I beg you. Please, please stop. Don't kill me. Don't kill me! You're a lucky man, Fred Norman. What? You can still cry and moan. But she didn't even get the chance to beg for their lives. Didn't even have enough time to pray. They had no idea who was killing them or why. They had no chance to say a word of lamentation before they all died. What are you talking about? Don't you know? Fred Norman. What? Who are you? Do you mean that you've forgotten? Forgotten what happened 5 years ago? The crash of Flight SAL 606? Huh? No! No! Even if you have forgotten, I have not. No, it's still fresh in my memory. If you have forgotten, I will remind you. 5 years ago, October 9th, 12:40 p.m. Circum Airlines Flight 606 exploded in mid-air and fell on Olson International High School. Have you forgotten how many died? I will remind you. Carve this into your brain. All the passengers and crew of the Flight 606, combined with the students and staff of Olson International High School, 764 people in all. I had nothing to do with it? You had much more than nothing to do with it. In the 5 years since that accident, do you know what lengths I have gone to in order to track you down? You are a researcher at Ehrenberg Corporation. You were assigned to Circum Airlines under the pretense of getting data from Flight 606, so you could sabotage it. Oh yes, you sabotaged it, and one besides you had the mean access and opportunity. But I know that you sabotaged Flight 606 and caused it to crash. It was one of Ehrenberg's Corporation's brand new HK-05P airliners. That model was grounded as a result. Ehrenberg's had held a dominant market share up to that time. Compensation to the victims and other setbacks hit their profits. They lost their market leadership. North River Corporation, which had been number 2, caught up. Immediately after that, you were hired by North River as director of this research facility. That's right, you sold out Ehrenberg's for money and for the position you hold today, by trampling on the lives of 764 people. No! Forgive me! Forgive me! Hey! It's time to pay for your crimes, Fred Norman. You're a lucky man, Fred Norman. You can only die once. If I could, I would kill you 764 times. Die. And of course she's here to, mess everything up. Chilling? Patricia was supposed to be keeping watch. But never mind. Chilling Sue, what are you doing here? I just happened to be nearby. And I saw your car heading for the North River Research Facility. And then people started screaming that there's a terrorist attack. Okay, he's on the rampage, and there's a chaos everywhere. And now this? Patricia, I told you not to let anyone approach. I'm sorry, Master Kyle. Miss Chilling Sue is still exempt from my security protocols. Yeah, what a thing to forget to change in your android. That was dumb on your part, Kyle. What are you doing? What is happening on this screen? You're going to kill a man with an OKE? This is none of your business. What the hell are you even doing here? I told you to stay away from me. But how could I just stand and by pretending to be a stranger? How can anyone be as stubborn as you are? You can be. You're more stubborn. This is not the time and place for this conversation. Give me back that headset, Chilling. No, I can't do that. I don't want you to murder someone, Kyle. Can't you get that through your skull? You of all people should understand. It wasn't my fault. Said Fred. I guess that was the researcher? What? Huh? It wasn't my fault, honestly. They told me that was the place that the plane had to be crashed. All the details were already decided, and I just... Not your fault? Crash? What is? Chilling, give me that headset. Kyle? I don't have time to discuss this now. Patricia, prevent Chilling from interfering. She's exempt from my security protocol, so I cannot use force. Just shut her up for a minute. Yes, Master Kyle. Please pardon me, Miss Chilling. Wait, Patricia. What did you say, Fred Norman? I just did as I was told. Exactly where to tamper with the plane. Even the tools and explosives to use. Everything was set up. Are you saying that there were other conspirators in this crime? It wasn't me. I didn't plan it. I just tampered with Flight 606. You have to believe me. I had no idea exactly where the flight would come down. No idea. I just followed orders. Just a cog in a machine. I was just a tool. Not the perpetrator. How can a tool commit a crime, right? I was just following orders. Who orders were you following? It appears that someone attacked Fred Norman at the North River. Fred Norman? That name isn't familiar to me. If I mention the airliner that crashed into Olsen International High School 5 years ago, does that jog your memory? The man who put the final pieces in place for the Flight 606 incident. Now I remember. Our mole inside Sercom Airlines. Isn't he the head of division at North River now? Yes, that's that Fred Norman. Someone attacked him. Attacked? Do we know who? Whoever it was let Norman go. We debriefed him and he said it seemed to have been someone related to the crash. Perhaps a bereaved family member or friend of a victim, or someone with a more indirect connection? At the moment we just don't know. Norman really was a useless fellow right up to the end. And by that you mean he's been dealt with. For the record, we made it appear that he was killed in the attack. I see. I wouldn't want a nobody like him tripping us up, right? But
Dang, that's ruthless.
it does tell us we have to be on the alert. We can't afford overlooking anything when it comes to that. But the attacker is still at large? That's why I'm bothering to report it at all. The perpetrator used OKs. We should be able to trace that angle, but we haven't zeroed in on him yet. The number of people related to the accident makes a long list. And apparently whoever it was didn't leave a trace at the scene. Norman never saw his face. Using OKs, eh? That must have taken intricate planning. This is nothing the police can handle. If there is a future OK attack, we'll have to deal with it using our own OKs. Whoever the attacker is, he's trouble. We don't have a lot of operation data on OK in the urban environments. True, the boys from Satlock were thrilled to have data on the actual battle. But we better be on guard. Yes, and so should we, whoever he is. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay. I have unblocked the police emergency lines. After Miss Chilling witnessed the incident, she was afraid and fled the scene, calling an automated taxi to take her home. That's our story. I have already altered the automated taxi and her school dormitory logs accordingly. Now we can take her home without drawing the suspicion of the police. So it seems, but... Patricia? Yes, Master Kyle? Please get her some fresh tea. Yes, Master Kyle. I didn't want you to come to know. There has never really been a terrorist incident involving OKs before. They may figure out I'm behind it very quickly. Will you talk to me about it, Kyle? I was a teacher at the high school 5 years ago. Huh? Kyle, you were a teacher? Does that seem strange? No, it's just... I figured you would have joined your family's business empire. Yes, as you have seen, my family has plenty of wealth. And that is exactly why I didn't want to follow in their footsteps. I was young, I see that now. I fought with my father all the time. But my dream was to become a teacher. Just like you, Chilling, dream of a career in space exploration. Oh. So I overcame my parents' opposition and became a teacher. It was fulfilling for me. I had wonderful colleagues and students. And my parents were finally coming around to accepting it. In fact, they even encouraged me to make the most of life as teacher. I'm so thankful for them, for my parents, for my colleagues, and for the students whose lives had hardly begun, the students who loved me. So that's what that photo. But I lost it all in a moment. Huh? You know about the crash of SAL 606 5 years ago? The crash? Yes, I remember hearing about it. More than 700 people died, right? It was all over the news. An airliner plunged into the high school, and most of the students were... Kyle, are you telling me that was my high school? I will never forget that day. And that photograph, my students, they were all in the crash. And my parents, who had happened to come to see me that day, they also. Oh, Kyle. The incident was swept under the rug as a tragic accident, and within a couple of years largely forgotten by the public. But I haven't forgotten. I can't forget. And there was one thing that stuck in my memory. Right after the accident, for some reason, the first to arrive on the scene was a car belonging to the North River Corporation. Huh? Supposedly, it was delivering some documents and just happened to be passing by. But when I think of it now, that's much too convenient. At first, I thought that they wanted to find some evidence they could use against the company that made the plane, that they were combing the scene of the accident for that. But that can't explain being on the scene even before the police and fire crews. No, that's only possible if they knew in advance that the accident would happen. So I thought they must really have just been passing by. But that wasn't really the case, was it? My suspicions began to crystallize after I finished treatment and rehab for my injuries and was released from the hospital. One day, a man contacted me. He was associated with the company that my father had controlled. He said he had been at a company that made parts for OKs. I don't know how much of it was true. As a matter of fact, I never met him face to face. It's easy to disguise face and voice with a software these days. He called himself William Archer. He said he was doing clandestine work too. William Archer? It was his connections that enabled me to get my hands on OKs. He's the one who told me what had happened after the incident, before I was released from the hospital. That shares of the Ehrenberg Corporation, which manufactured the airliner involved in the SAL 606 crash, had fallen steeply, and that North River had overtaken them as the market leader. That right after that, North River had secured a number of aerospace patents. Flight control systems that could also be used in the new flying OKs, taking North River into the arms business. And that those flight control systems had originally been developed by Ehrenberg Corporation. But then, how did North River? Because of that accident, a cunning plan. The crash caused Ehrenberg to lose confidence. They froze R&D spending, while one of their employees spirited the essential data over to their rival, North River. But stealing data like that is a crime. Wouldn't Ehrenberg be able to sue for infringement of their intellectual property? But they didn't sue. Who can look inside the black boxes of the flight control system to compare them? And it was just data from a development project that had been frozen anyway. It's not protected under the patent law. Ehrenberg was in disarray with their financial going south. They didn't have time to chase down Black Backstabber. But it was all according to North River's secret scheme, or so I thought. And then a researcher who tied all the strings together came into the picture, Fred Norman. In the maintenance logs of the plane that crashed, I found his name. In the archives of the airport administration, I found out that arms had been twisted to get him stationed there. The logs had been altered, but there were hard copies. He sabotaged Flight 606. He crashed it. So I made up my mind to kill Fred Norman and the executives of North River. But thanks to you, I failed to kill Norman. Kyle, but it seems that Fred Norman was not just ordered to crash his plane. The time and place, right? If we believe that he said, it wasn't just to torpedo Ehrenberg's sales, or just to steal their market share and get the edge on them in R&D. If that's all was about, it wouldn't have mattered where the plane comes down. But why then? I don't know. So I'm going to hunt down whoever does know. Explanation time is over, Chilling. Now you know all could want to know? Oh, now you know all could want to know. So it's time for you to what? Kyle, I hadn't showed up there. What would you have done? You wouldn't have murdered Fred Norman in cold blood, would you? I would have killed him, but only because... No, but only. Killing is wrong, period. If you had done that, you would have become just like those people. Shut up. What do you know? You know nothing. I watched so many people die in front of my eyes. Students, colleagues. I suffered brain damage that partially paralyzed me, so I had to lie there like an idiot just watching them die. Including my father and my mother. Like Ellen, Gail, Kelsey, Krista, Randolph, Miss Aquilini, and Waylon. Have you ever been in that situation? No? Then don't you tell me... Kyle, you are losing sight of your mission objective. What? What did I teach you about OK programming? What is your ultimate mission goal? What is your objective are you working towards? If you get caught up in the immediate minor objectives, you will lose track of the major objective down the road, right? What good will killing Norman do? Will it bring back the dead? I told you to shut up. You have no right to talk about it. So, you kill the perpetrators, you kill them, and what good does that do you? I'll feel satisfaction. So it's just about your ego then? Then don't talk about your quest for justice and don't carry around a photo of the people who died. Even if your cause is just. Kyle, listen to me. If you had killed that man, then you would never have known that he was just a pawn carrying out someone else's orders, would you? That's... If you're out for revenge, you should go about it more efficiently. Set out to track down all the evildoers without creating needless casualties. Just blindly firing off weapons out of anger is infantile. Hey. Pardon me, Master Kyle. Patricia, could you get some tea too? Priority event has occurred that I must notify you about. An emergency meeting has been called at the North River Corporation building for tonight. What? I understand. Get ready. Yes, Master Kyle. What is going on, Kyle? A meeting at North River headquarters. And that means that executives responsible for the crash of 5 years ago will be gathered in one place. I knew this would happen. A research facility belonging to North River was attacked. Of course they would call an emergency session, and I'll attack it with OKs. Don't be stupid, it's obviously a trap. Of course, that's what you'd normally assume, and that's exactly why. They won't expect an opponent that can launch multiple OKs attacks in such a short time. It's too soon for them to have put such an elaborate trap in place. That's my goal. To strike before they are ready. Morticia, we're going. Chilling, you'll stay. No, Kyle. I'll go too. Interesting. So on the missions, I do use all of the OKEs that I have bought for my simulations. Which also means that I can buy actual hardware for battle points. Chapter 15, Assault at Midnight. We have arrived in front of North River Corporation headquarters. The camouflage track is in position. All 3 OKs are powered up. We can begin anytime, Master Kyle. Understood. Even if I told you to go home right now, I know you wouldn't. Nope, I'm not going anywhere. Why are you so determined, Chilling? This has nothing to do with you, after all. Actually, I'm your shackles. Shackles? To hold you back from going too far and killing people. I don't want you to become a killer, Kyle. Because you're really a kind person. And you weren't, your students wouldn't have adore you in the way they did. Don't worry. What you say makes sense. I won't cause any needless deaths. Just killing them isn't enough anyway. I want to ferret out all the conspirators. Then I'll figure out what to do with them. For some of them, death might be going easy on them. Kyle? Morticia, monitor communications and be on alert. I've already done so. Move out. Actually, let me see what other buddies do we have. Negroni, Shadow Weaver, Rusty Nail, Norlander. So far, those are the same ones that I've seen before. I'm just thinking if I'm going through with all of this, maybe they've added new ones that I haven't seen yet. Lotus, Priest. Nope. Every single one of them that I'm seeing now are those that I've seen before. Additional armor, armor thickness. I don't think I have anything new. I mean, I have plenty of unbought types of weapons. Let's save a rule before a battle. Actually, I want to switch some thingy for my guys. Also, I don't know who is the enemy. Mission objective is to destroy the security OKs on the premises. 2 grasshoppers and a jailer are confirmed present. Okay. So all of them are land-based ones. One of them with shield. 2 with multiple cannons. Yeah. None of them are flying, so let me switcheroo my weapons. Okay, configuration, hardware. Yeah. We should take shotguns with us. Let's go for 12 pellet shotguns. I'm just thinking how many shells should I take with me. Okay, let's add in... Oh, we cannot add more. Okay. Last armor, CPU, everything else should stay as it is. This one also doesn't have my emblem. That's a thing I should fix. Also, color scheme. I don't know, I like silvery bike. But it's kind of too simple for my taste. Color, shall we? Let's make it red. Doesn't this look nice? Accent color. What color is that? I don't see any changes. Oh, right. Because of the design of color scheme. Right, I see. You know what? Sure. Let's go with that. Let's polish it a bit so it would shine like a proper bike. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, and then let's proceed with the mission. One is down. Actually, two, I think. Yeah, there's only one enemy left. Yeah, jump. Try to evade all of this barrage of shotgun shells. And one with no losses. See, you don't need super elaborate machine, just good enough, and it does job just fine. Shoot, what is this? Is anybody there? Hey, anybody is here? Yo, what the? You're the only here, Thomas Legenbauer? That is why I cornered you. You mean the terrorist attack was... What do you want me? Because you are the closest man to the CEO's chair, Legenbauer. What are you after? Money? Ransom? Hardly. I must know, Thomas Legenbauer. How much money would it take to buy back 764 lives? The crash of Flight Sal 606 5 years ago. My sources tell me you planned it. Is that what Norman told you? There's just one question of I wanted answered. It was not a mere act of sabotage to bring down the plane. The place and time the plane would crash was specified. He planned intricately in advance to crash Sal 606 into Ulsan International High School, specifically. Why? From the passenger manifest, it is obvious that several important figures were aboard, along with prompting the furor over recalling the aircraft model. Perhaps you reaped some advantages from crashing that plane. But what could specifying the time and place of the crash possibly mean? You are going to tell me. Do you not feel talkative? Fine. I'm going to blow off your arms one by one, although I would prefer to go finger by finger. One, the Oki is not quite delicate enough to gut that task. I don't know. I'll start with the right arm. Just don't die of heart attack. I don't know. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know. I just did as I was told. You received orders then? From who? From the CEO? The CEO? The CEO? You find something funny? North River's CEO doesn't have that kind of authority. Guys like him are just window dressing. What do you think? I have been satisfied to stay a mere executive all these years, because the CEO position is a figurehead. The company is run by executive committee. We decide everything. We make all the decisions. Then who gave you that order? Another executive? You're thinking too small. I can't believe how ignorant you are. What do you mean? The company? The company is small potatoes. How could someone like you understand, though? CEO? Companies? Stuff like that is kids' stuff compared to Mother Goose. Wank. And like that, our only lead was silenced. No, Kyle. That wasn't me. Patricia, I've traced the ballistics using optical sensors. It appears to have been a long-range shot from flying Oki. Apologies, Master Kyle. Based on the weapon's payload, range and accuracy of the Oki, I determined that it could not threaten our Okis, so I excluded it from my monitoring. What? Where is that Oki now? It has already flown out of range. Shoot. What's going on? Because Okis have thick armor, a shot from beyond the effective range can't do much damage. So our warning system didn't recognize it as a threat. They must have intentionally stayed right beyond the edge of the threat response distance. But if they don't have to punch through Oki's armor with the shot, they're aiming at a soft target like a human body. Our time limit has been reached, Master Kyle. We must withdraw. Understood. Recall the Okis and clear out. Yes, Master Kyle. I'm starting the car. He was killed? Killed? But who? Mother Goose? That's what he was saying at the end. What was it all about? Mother Goose. Mysterious informer. Well, Mr. Shigisawa. I hope you are in fine battle. This is William Archer. The weather has gotten cold recently. I do trust you will take good care not to catch a cold. I find that some grated ginger tea is most soothing. Dispense with the flowery greeting. Oh, by the way, that is a splendid android you have with you. It must be so reassuring to have such a... What about the information I asked you for? About Mother Goose, did you find anything out? Of course. An English peer's promise is as good as gold, old fellow. Integrity, dignity, and afternoon tea. These are the marks of the English aristocrat. Archer, I don't have the patience for your usual babbling right now. Such impatience will not serve you well. Mother Goose is the collective name for a collection of traditional English nursery rhymes. What? That's not what I'm looking for, Archer. Be serious. What, did you accidentally drink scotch for tea? Then drain that booze out of your bloodstream. My, aren't you prickly? That was what has put you in such a foul temper? On our end, we hacked into the personal data logs of the North River Executive Committee members. The name Mother Goose showed up often. It's no nursery rhyme. The term Mother Goose shows up 3.8 times per month on average. How very interesting. Having probed that far, have you any speculations? Yes. Frequently in the data logs, Mother Goose occurs in conjunction with the word connect. Extrapolating from that, indeed, Mother Goose would be a supercomputer with a massive memory bank. Or should I say a hyper data bank? Hyper data bank? One so vast that its systems would monopolize the resources of an entire facility. A facility in which the internal maintenance is almost entirely automated. One would call such a facility Mother Goose, I suppose. A type of data library managing enormous amounts of data and connected to the network by a very high capacity uplinks. Oh shit. I've skipped. One with no specific purpose other than to collect and store information for its own sake. One operated, say, by the North American Economic Association. It is used by as many companies as there are stars in the sky. Do you require detailed data about the facility, Mr. Shigesawa? Of course. That's why I pay you. Haha, I have already sent it. All that was just my little jibe. Humor is of the utmost importance, you know. It gives life savor. I'm sorry to say that your jokes don't even make me crack a smile. What a pity. It appears that your tastes and mine do not coincide, Mr. Shigesawa. The email I have sent you describes the location and the floor plan of the facility and the positions of the OKs that protect it. I trust that will be sufficient? Yes, I have it. Mother Goose, an unmanned computer facility. As I mentioned, it is entirely automated because, as vast as it is merely a data bank. Why would anyone be needed out on site? Well, for maintenance. And what would North River executives want with such a facility? I am afraid that I have provided you all I can. If I can be otherwise of assistance, please contact me. Anything for my best customer. Whatever you may require, I can obtain. OKs, weapons, and that whole line, you know. So long as the fee is paid, to be sure. I'll be in touch later. Indeed. Cheerio! Oh, one last thing. A piece of information I can provide at no charge. What? It concerns a party about whom you requested me to scan for previously, one friend Norman. I regret to inform you that he was tragically killed in a terrorist attack. What? Life is indeed a fleeting thing. I do hope you will take due care with your own, Mr. Shigesawa. Kyle, he said Norman was killed. Those animals. They wanted to shut him up permanently and pin his killing on us. Just like with Thomas Legenbauer, there's something they don't want us to find out. Is it Mother Goose? Well, I was hacking into the system. Certain domains were physically disconnected to prevent me from penetrating further. Physically disconnected? That means we'll have to go there in person and access those systems directly. Jeez. Where are we? In Siberia? Or probably in Canada? Look at this place. Haven't you seen a few pictures prior? It was quite warm. Flowers were blooming, the grass was green. What the fuck is this all of a sudden? You have 3 voicemails and 8 emails waiting.
It's beautiful.
Of course it's beautiful to you, Ed. Who else would appreciate snowy goodness? From Venera. What's wrong, Chilling? Emails from my friend. With all the craziness, I didn't even realize she'd been trying to reach me. Do you have to reply? It's fine for now. Once everything settles down, I'll get in touch with her. This is your last chance to pull out, Chilling. Well, we've already gone over that, Kyle. Over and over and over. I sent an email to the university requesting a leave of absence. This is where I need to be right now. At your side. As my shackles, eh? That too, Kyle. I wouldn't want you to go past the point of no return. But now I also want to know, why are people tangled up in this being killed one after another? Why did so many people have to die, including your students and your parents? It's a tragedy for people to die. It terrifies me to think about death, such a lonely, scary thing. And that's why I want to believe that was reason, some meaning behind it. I don't want to believe that people are killed for nothing. Well, for profit, one thing, I guess. So I'm past the point where I can close my eyes to this. Being with you, I might be in the way, but no, if you could cook for me, I'd appreciate it. Huh? That would free up Patricia to focus on prepping for battle. And also, you look so much like Waylon that reminds me why I'm doing all this. I have just stirred up Kyle's thirst for vengeance. Me being here with him. But Netta, this man from the start, he never really saw me. But Master Kyle, we have reached visual range. That's Mother Goose? It's a mammoth. Look at this place. Oof. You know, I think it's a good idea to put a giant supercomputer kind of facility somewhere closer to the North Pole, because you have all of the free coolant you would ever want, without even expending money to cool your computer. Why is the snow melted only around here? Because the facility itself generates so much heat. See? That's the reason. One giant computer, right? It makes sense. As expected, they have deployed OKEs for security. No human security personnel have been identified. A totally autonomous system, then. That suits our plans, actually. Patricia, are the OKEs ready? The keys in the truck are all in idling mode as a countermeasure against the cold weather. They can be deployed at any time, Master Kyle. Time to invade Mother Goose then. Who is our enemy? The mission objective is to destroy OKs, protecting Mother Goose. I confirm the deployment of 2 Arachnes and the Underworld. Because of the cold climate, OK heatsink performance is slightly enhanced. You must destroy the 3 OKs within 5 minutes. That's fine, I'm not really relying on overheating the enemy. But admittedly, they have Arachnes and Underworld, which could be a problem. I'm not sure. Let's start and see. Did I save? Let me save once again, just in case. Oh, they even have 2 coolants each. Kick their asses, boys! One of mine is down. Yeah, this might be not as easy as previous ones. Or maybe I just simply need... Nah, I think it was a bit too much. I mean, look at this. We didn't even destroy one of those. Let me see what they have. 80 millimeters of armor, each of them. ACMs, rapid fire, 2 coolants, cannons, I assume assault cannons, at least on Arachnas. I think those are missiles, right? Missiles and some sort of mines. Okay. Game over. Game over. Can we retry? Think. Well, we can like select a different team. I wonder if this work. If this would work. Maybe I should change it a bit. Jumama. Okay. Chips and bibs and bobs. It doesn't really make sense to evade anything on this particular model. It cannot even strafe, let alone jumping somewhere. So all of this branch is just simply useless. So much space is free all of a sudden. Moving sideways is also off the limits. We cannot move sideways. So this is pointless. If there is an obstacle, I think we simply should return. Okay, how about this? We cannot strafe, so this whole deal is actually pointless. Instead we should close in on the target. Turn towards it and close in. So much stuff is unnecessary over here. Look. Okay, we aim and go for the target. We use our weapon. What else? Weapon 2 for some reason. Weapon option, weapon 1. 200 meters. Friendlies. I mean, for rockets, we should check if there are friendlies, right? Makes sense. But we should fire. If it's rocket, we should fire a couple of those. We have plenty. Let's go for 3 rockets. Okay, so weapon. Second weapon is the missile. 200 meters, friendlies. Number of shots. Let's go for 2. Right. Weapon 1, weapon 2. It's so much smaller, simpler. So much so that I am thinking of actually introducing one of the newer additions that game gave me, and that is, you know, the chip that would give me the ability to work with variables. How do we do this? First of all, we need to decide who is setting the targets. Can we actually reference which of the OKEs is operating this code right now? Input data in a counter, carry out an operation using counter, send counter value to the communication channel, use the communication channel to communicate with allies, and receive value for the counter. There's no way for me to actually find out which number of OKE this code is operating in, right? Alert. Lock on using counter value. Lock on not available when can't find OKEs in search range. I just want to all of them focus on the same target. In vertical in direction specified by counter. Can't move the direction beyond the weapon's capability. I really would wish to use this thing, you know, and supply my own values, but I think that would take too much finagling for going through missions. Right, so what do we do? First of all, we need to decide what do we do with this logic. And I mean, do we really going to lock on any target? I think we should just move it into subroutine, which should check if we are indeed proper get. Or maybe we should do it even simpler than that. Maybe first, okay, to actually find anyone and place the value onto the system would be like a commander of sorts. And as long as that target is alive, we still find it. Once the target is no longer, then they rescan the area for the next target. That would be simpler to implement and probably would work, right? So I don't even know if the enemy is dead. There should be something about finding out the stats of the enemy. At least it's if it has health. Cancel lock on. Where to aim. What an key to move the reticle. Where is the thing I'm trying to find would be? Access the counter value, the branch processing pathway. I think it's this one. Action status, still, move, rotation, jump, shooting, attack, defense, special moves, hit, overheat, interlocked. Well, game, I would like to know if the enemy is actually dead. Is there a way for me to find out if the thing I'm locked onto is dead? You would expect to know this sort of thing by the end of the game. It says the target action status, branch processing pathway, code 0. What does that do? Flying, two-legged, agros. Is there a code for dead or nothing? See, I don't know what happens really. How do I find out if the enemy is dead? Because it is a trigger that would need to be fired. Says target locations, branch, don't branch when target is not locked on. Do I lose lock on if the target is dead? Assess location of the key from target branch pathway. Target locations. Assess location and assess target locations. What's the difference? Branch if the target key is in the specified range. Branch of the location of your key from the target. Oh, I see. This is like viewing myself from the point of view of the enemy. Well, that's not much of a thing I should use, really. Lock. Interlocked. Overheat. Activate shield. Hit special moves. Defense. Attack. Shooting. Yeah, this is not much of a help. Lock-ons, it only specifies how many enemies have lock-on to you. It doesn't tell me, you know, whether the specific key is targeting you. Option, HP. Assess keys and branch the processing pathway. They are nearby. It says target locations and branch, right? It's like the same, but this actually targets everyone. This is only the targeted one. I need to experiment on this. Hold on. Okay. The chips. Let's say I have this thing. Okay, I can lock onto target. Can turn towards it. Then there was a debug for this thing, right? Assess the counter. Send counter value to the communication channel. Channel number 1. Counter A. Look how many of those are. Channel number. Okay, channel 1. Sure. How do we branch if the target key is in the specified range, right? How do we do this? If it is in 400 meter range, we send a thing, counter A, channel number 1, confirm, and then what do we do with it? For debugging purposes. Assess the counter value to branch processing pathway. Well, we do send it out. Input data in the counter. What does this do? Oh, number of ally keys. Input data. Number of enemy keys. Elapsed battle time. Random number. Okay, X, Y coordinates. Okay, Z coordinates. Really? Okay, direction. Target identification number. Target orientation. Elevation? Huh. X, Y, Z, target direction, target OK code. What? Target OK code? What do you mean? Target body code. Ah, I see. So this way I can identify which type of OK it is. What type, what kind? Like eggnog or dog, any other. Target action mode, action code, sorry. Target distance. I even have a distance. Wow. Target distance. Target XY distance. So I really have easy access to these things without calculating them on my own. That also means that I can easily make a thing that would target anything at the furthest ranges, like to 800 meters, if I correctly specify the elevation for the range. Time remaining, okay, identification number. Oh, this is it. This is what I was thinking about. Okay, action code, heat quantity, okay, durability, fuel, speed, target speed, remaining weapon. Okay, effective radar range, constant pi? Why would I need pi? Why would I need pi? Button status value, analog X, analog Y. Radical direction, radical elevation, radical number. So as this thing is put radical direction in counter A. So much information I could use. Let's keep it simple for now. Target identification number. Input target identification number in counter A.
I know I keep saying this every time I watch you stream this, but it's alright up my alley. I can see myself spending hours fine-tuning everything. Of course, with my luck, my OK would just spin around in circles. Oh, are you muted?
Am I? I could have been muted all of this time. Shit. And here I was
I can hear
theorizing.
you now.
Here I was theorizing what should I put where. See, the thing is, I want somehow some mechanism to know if the current target is dead. Then, if it triggers, we switch to the next target. Because I have plenty of information now available to me to, know which OKE this code in particular running on. If it's first one, I want that OKE to decide which targets we're choosing, and if the first one is dead, then every single other OKE should check if the commander is alive or not. And if not, then that second one should choose targets instead. And so on and so on. So, I'm thinking that we need a mechanism to know if enemy is dead. So I've chosen the Gambalt, which is manual OKE that I use for testing purposes. So this triangle is used to aim my gun, then lock onto the closest enemy, and then auto turn towards it. And now I want to test it in the arena with 2 OKEs at least, if I can actually procure any signal or any value from enemy being felled. Does it have any codes that would trigger, I cannot find anything of the sort, like accessible from this menu. At least from the outset. Carry out an operation, counter, parameter, operator, substitution, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, integer, modulus, absolute value, max, minimum, square root, sine, sine and cosine. Good, good. Arctangent, not, bitwise not? Huh, bitwise and, or, XOR. I guess, yeah, all of these arrows, blue and red ones, they are kind of like Boolean values. So yeah, these ones would work on them, I think. Modify the signal. But I don't need this thing, for now at least. Maybe at a later point off the stream I will experiment a bit with elevations, because this chip right here, input data in a counter, this thing can have access to all sorts of things, like target distance. From the outset, with nothing else, I know the distance to the target. So, based on that, I can then calculate necessary elevation for my gun, and then I can put it into this chip over here, which fires a weapon at a certain elevation and direction. Well, of course, I need to also account for the movement of the target, because none of them typically are stationary, but you know what I mean. You can calculate all of this with like 4 or 5 chips, and then you'll be having accurate fire up to 800 meters, like the furthest extents of arenas. Unlike the typical, 200 meters and you shoot at the enemy legs because the gun doesn't point outwards. But that is a thing for a later time. I don't really want to experiment with that in particular right now. What I need to find is any way to know if the enemy is dead. and then send a signal to other compatriots to select next one. Actually, carry out operation using counter. Send the counter value to a communication channel. We have 8 channels and I can use all of them. Any of them. For any reason. So, first channel probably would be like the current target, current enemy, okay. Channel number 1, number A. Current target. And what if we want... What do we do with it to actually know if if it is working? We could simply run this thing on a loop on the main target designator, let's call him. Because it doesn't switch to the next one, I don't think. Although, no, it probably does. See, I don't really know what happens in every situation with this thing. There's a lot of stuff that I do not understand from the outset, like, does it switch always to the nearest? Or does it keep the track of the first one it locked onto? Value to channel 1. You know what? I really should set up a test program for this. Hardware, I don't need most of these weapons. Chocolate rain. And I need to switch body if it cannot unequip grenades. Which is weird. Weapon. Let's select tungsten shells for this one. So counter A will be actually counter for... Wait, I have only 5 symbols to call it? That's stingy. Okay. Target. Valid characters in counter name. Use A to Z. Okay, I see. Only big numbers or big letters, I guess. Target. How do we check if if our commander is still alive? Actually, each individual OKE can check on his own if the commander is alive, because they know their own number. Like, OKE number 2 can check the health on the first one, and if it's 0 or below, then commander is dead. So the second one should take up targeting the enemies, and the third one should listen then to the second one if the first one is dead. right? Yeah, it's not that complicated, because you either listen to the targeting for the first one, listen to the targeting of the second one if the first one is dead, or target on your own if no one else is alive. So we don't need counter, or rather, what you would call it, channel for that. Channel, and therefore we don't need variable for it. Nope. Which one is it? Gandalf, right? So let me make this test program. Select the key. Friend. Friendly would be Gandalf. And the enemy should be the group of those target drones. I actually don't know which one of those should I use to avoid their firing on me. Let's see. Okay, blue one fires at me. Donk, 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 donk. Yeah, blue one actually is attempting to fight me. The orange one is just moving around a bit. Also have I didn't place any logic into stopping. Okay. So now it's going on its own. Okay, we've set up the test so we can quickly go into testing from software menu to test changes. So if we don't press anything, we should stop, but also we should stop. You know what? I can add it here. Buttons, 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 assign buttons. What statuses do we have? Any changed, released any, press any once, press any. Press any, okay. Assign buttons, and we do assign all of the movement buttons, which is up, down, and strafe, right? If any of these are pressed, then we execute red side. If not, if neither of them is pressed, then we execute stop movement. Movement action. Let's test this out. Yep. It works marvelously now. Blam. See, target 0 still shows me on the top of the screen, so it doesn't do anything with this. Or maybe it does, but it doesn't send a signal. That's probably it. Send target value to channel 1, but it should, right? Maybe I'm missing something. Target channel 1 target. Send counter, receive counter. Receive value for the counter from communication channel. Okay. Carry out an operation using a counter. I think, yeah, input data in counter. Counter target. Input data is actually target ID. Identification number. Confirm. Then we send counter value to the channel 1. So now, oh no, we actually need to press these two buttons for it to work. I see. I see, I see. Then let's test it. Okay, we aim and then we target 3. Huh. Why is it target 3? It's clearly target 2. Or maybe it's counting the slot. Nah, that couldn't possibly be it. Huh? The target 1 is now target 2. This is weird. In programming, it's typically backwards. The first one is 0. Weird. Okay, let me check the thingy. Battle, test program. Okay, test time to enemies. See, this first, second, third. Second was third for some reason. Start test. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we target the first one and then we send. Why does this change who am I aiming at? Oh, yeah, that's another thing. It re-evaluates who's closest one. And I run this code. Probably. Still, it shows target 4. Who's this zero target? You know, it's weird that it actually changed the target to this guy. I don't know how it does that. It's kind of a bug, I think. Oh. Okay, we aim at the target 2, right? Now we send the signal. Target 3. Plop, 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 plop. Why do you move closer to me? I need to be closer to other dudes. Okay. We switch targets, then we resend the signal. Now, if you die, so we are not this thing switches. It's kind of distracting how it's set up. Because it probably is a bug. This should be like press all. All is pressed this thing, then do the thing. Because it's really confusing because it goes here, retargets, and then it also does this part. Now it shouldn't do that, hopefully. Okay, let's say you die. Okay, now I'm not targeting anyone. Yeah, this is really confusing. I need to replace the button. Okay, so let's choose circle, I guess. Get this thing for now. Some buttons, choose circle instead. Right? No. Square and circle together. Right. Now this should work. Let's test it. Okay, we target the thing. We send the number, which is one more than it's showing on the marker above their head. Okay, target is lost. Now it's 0. Huh. What will happen? Hold on, do I even care? No, I don't. Because it works as even this way. So, we can actually know if the target is dead, because then if we try to select it through this chip target number, it would show us 0. So we know that there is no target. That kind of simplifies things a bit. Okay, hold on, what time is it? Yeah, I think I'll stream a bit more. But before I do that, I need to step away for a second. Yeah, BRB won't be even seen, I think. Anyway, be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. So how do we use this knowledge? Thank you. How do we apply it? Also, did I want to check anything else? Nah, I think I should be able to use it as it is. Okay, let's get back. Right, so this remains unchanged. At the start of every cycle we just check our health and how much should we use healing items and coolant, and this is how we use it. And then it assembles into one point and continues to other logic. Right now it's simply randomly pick a target and track it. What I'm thinking is actually ditching this archaic system. Instead, I think we should go for something more devious. So first of all, we need to know which Oki is operating this code. Data into a counter. A counter. Let's rename a few. Change counter name. So counter A is target. Target counter B would be current Oki, or self in this case. Do we need anything else by this point? I don't think so. Let's return to editing. So, first of all, what do? We check who is running this code. The number of Oki, which was this thing. Input data is OKE identification number. Target identification. Okay, identification. Okay, confirm, but I also need to identify what's the number, right? We didn't check that. What's the number of the current OK? So let us return to the testing OK that we had. The chips. So instead, let's send the information. Target identification, target orientation. Key identification. What number will it send? As a matter of fact, we might as well choose to do that with our companions, quote unquote. That would also send their numbers into this channel thing. First of all, let's see if that even works. Actually, no, this way it would be simpler. Hardware, body, something simple. jailer. CPU doesn't matter. It doesn't need anything else from a hardware standpoint. All it has to do is to chips. It needs to identify itself, my number. Then it needs to send it to a channel, but which one? Counter A to channel 1. Huh. How do you extract that? Let's say, for example, counter A, right? But every one of the 3 OKEs would have the same code, and all of them would send their IDs into channel 1. You know what? It's not as easy as I've anticipated to be. Yeah, let's go with manual for now. I don't know which number would be the first. Test program. Number is 1. Does that mean that my first OK is 1? My second is 2? So if I add more to my team, then the numbers of the enemy team would also increase. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I actually have an idea how to display those, just to make sure. And the chips. So if it is, what was it? Assess counter value. Counter a parameter. What do you mean parameter? Value. Value should be 1. And the value shall be 1. Branch condition is the same. If it's 1, if it's 2. And so on. Then if it's 1, then we send it to a channel 1. Send counter to channel 1. Counter A. Otherwise, it's a channel 2 for the second one, channel 3 for the third one. And that's it. That's all of the testing I was wanting to do. 07, right? Test program. Select OKs, friendlies. Yep. They do signify the same numbers. But do we know which Which enemy? Which enemy is which? Can add a bit to our test. Okay, whichever thing had worked, we also need to assemble the signal into one line. No, 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 this way. And now we need to see at least one of the enemies. Confirm. Auto turning. Doesn't matter here. Now we need to send it into the channel. Counter B. Target identification number. And send it into channel 4. Okay. Let's say, theoretically, that we target that enemy right there. Which is in the channel 4. Let's receive channel 4 information, just in case we have, different one. Then we aim at said target. Counter. Let's go for H, just to be sure. Channel 4 counter H. Target number. Hold on. No, it doesn't confirm anything. Hold on. Counter A. Let's go for the channel number. No, counter. I would say G. Do not, coincide which one we have received and which one we had sent. Right? No, target number. Counter B. Hold on. We target something, then we store it into the counter G. Then we receive into F. Right? No, not right. I'm doing it backwards. Receive into a different thing. Then we use that thing, F, to target thing, and then we enable reticle and fire our weapons onto that thing. Right? No, hold on. This is start reticle. It's a different thing. This is the one. Weapons start 1, shooting mode random. 5 shots, processing, halt, confirm. Let's start. Yeah. 6, 4, 5. They really switch targets Not a fan. I need them to keep firing at the same target. All of them. And they switch target because of this thing. Well, I did test it, and enemies indeed have numbers going past the first 3. And if it's 0, then there's no one there. Makes sense? Okay, that was, you know, simple test. Okay, main program should be here. Okay, how do we do this? Change counter names, self target. If self is 1, then we should target stuff. If self is 2, then we should check if our first one is alive, right? Target self. Okay, check. Why did I delete that? First things first. Counter self. Input data. OKE. Identification number. Next thing is we should check if we are indeed 1, 2, or 3. I do think there was this thing. Counter self parameter value of 1. Branch condition the same. Yeah, this is perfectly fine way of doing this. I'm just thinking if I should place this into procedure. But this thing would only execute once per cycle, I think, so who cares? Okay, so if my number is 1, then we go here. Right? If we are 1, then we simply we cannot constantly target closest. We should check. Hold on. We should check if our input data of target identification number okay, we place target number in target, and if said target is 0, counter target parameter value, if it is 0, then we know that whatever we were targeting is dead. If target is 0, then it's dead. If not, then who knows what else. But if it is 0, then we should retarget anything closest to us, as usual. And after retargeting, we should send a new target to the channel 1, I guess, so that others would know. Quite a bit of the logic here. Send counter value to a communication channel. Okay, then we do this. You know, it already starts to be convoluted. Ugh. Actually, I recognize now that code for targeting and retargeting would be the one that all three would use. All three branches. So I should really do this in a separate thingy. Let me think. My own number, if it's 1, then we check if there's still target. And if that target number is 0, then we retarget. And we retarget with a subroutine 1. We retarget by selecting nearest enemy. What do we do then? Target number. Well, we select the target, we then use this target number and store it into the target variable. Then we need to do what? We need to send a signal. No, we don't. Hold on. It's a simple retargeting, right? It doesn't require us to send anything. Logic. Why are you so hard to grasp? Okay, my number 1. With target num, select target number, check if it's still alive, and if it's not, then we retarget, but we do not send anything. We only need to retarget it. And after all of the logic, we need to fire upon it. Okay. Just select the target. Oh yeah, and of course, there will be the second version, which instead of manual retargeting, it would reach for the value from the network. Yeah, auto-rotating like this. What else is there? Store the target number. into target variable. We auto turn, auto rotate towards it. What else? And we return. Then we return here, basically. Okay, what about targeting something that someone else has at their sites? Well, basically it's the same thing as right here, with a small twist. Which is, we don't use this, and instead we opt for reading the channel 1. Receive value for the counter from communication channel. Channel number 1, counter target. We don't need this. Actually, no. We need to place here the new chip, which is this one. Lock on using counter value. Just target. Then we auto rotate towards it. That's all of the reason, all of the difference between the two. This one searches for new target, stores it into the target variable, and this instead pulls the number from a channel 1 and then targets that. Okay, so if we are number 1, we then see if the target's still alive, and if it's not, we retarget it, after which point we send the signal. Now this is where we send it. We send it to channel 1. Okay. Okay, we retarget, we send the signal to channel 1, and then we should proceed to fire upon it, right? What about movement? I need to move towards target. Yeah. We also need to implement what if you different number. Okay, what if we are counter self parameter value of 2 if we are 2, we need to check if the number 1 is still alive, right? How do we do that? Can this provide us with necessary thing? Target identification number, target orientation, elevation, okay, code, action code, instance. Okay, durability, but it's my own durability, right? Effective radar range, constant. I do have the access to a number of ally OKEs, which doesn't tell me much of who is still alive, but it does signify the amount. Still there's no way of knowing if one actually is alive. Absolute battle time, random number. Can we target our friends? Actually. But then again, retargeting would not be a good thing. How do we do this? Type doesn't matter. Use attribute ally. Priority. Closest, furthermost. See, this doesn't target specific target, right? Yeah, I need to target one specifically. Okay, how about we use a variable? Target lock on, counter target. How about we do this? Change counter name, and from the back front we'll use just the constant values, like how do we call this? I haven't pronounced the word, forgot it already. Whatever, let's just go with one. I don't remember the word. This is as concise as it should be, really. Those would be constants of 1 and 2. Okay, why do I use it? I should target 1, right? It's our ally, after all. Also, it's an empty value, right? Then we should probably do one thing instead, and it's can we assign stuff on our own? Input data into a counter, right? Can we input data as a simple value of our choosing? Well, that's dumb. I cannot manually input the stuff into those variables. operation using counter. Well, hold on. One parameter of a value, and the value is 1. Operator substitution. Well. You know, it looks kind of dumb, and I think it should be someplace else. Assignment operation into the constants. Parameter counter 2, parameter value of 2. Need to do those back to back actually. Looks kind of dumb, but I guess that's what you have to do. Oh, let's remove these two. It's perfect. I don't use them either way. Move. Doesn't matter which order is for these two. So, if I'm 2, I should be able to target 1 and see target number. And if said target number is 0, to self target, if the target parameter value 0, basically we couldn't reach our friend over there because he's dead probably, then this second one should do the targeting. Otherwise, he should pick a target from the channel 1. First one did it. Pick the target. Okay. If the first one is dead, then if he's dead, then this one, right? Then we choose a subroutine 1. If not, then subroutine 2. Basically, whether he should target on his own or if he should pick a target from the radio signal. Then what? Actually, hold on, how would it work? We retarget, but also we target and we retarget back to the enemy, right? I don't like this code. If the first one is dead, then the second one would flip between all of the rest of the targets. And this is what I don't like. I want him to actually fire at the enemy until he's dead. I would prefer some different way of knowing if my ally is alive without actually retargeting anything. I mean, it could be more primitive approach. It might just as well be. Like, we can use one of the channels, or rather two of the channels. Counter name. So we have 4 more. So this will be a... how should I describe it? This would be a counter that the commander is increasing every time he steps through his cycle. And if the current execution of said cycle is, or you know, when you are executing this code on the second one, for example, if it checks this channel and the value is different than from the last time, then it should take over because the one who should update it is dead. So that would be 2 counters like that for the first one, and for the second OK, which live 1, live 1 and live 2. Okay, target number, self number, live counter. Do we? Yeah, we do have 8 channels, and we won't use all of them. So might as well use as much as we can. Live 1, live 2. What else do we need? Actually, you know what? I think subroutine should decide if we are to retarget the local target and send a signal, or we should go with the from the number from the radio signal. And this should increment stuff, right? Or maybe not, but it's just, I think it would be bulky to implement it on this side. But then we won't need any targets, retargets. And these 2 won't be necessary. No retargeting. Okay, how do we do this? So, if target is dead, then we should I think I should move this retargeting basically into the subroutine. It makes sense because retargeting is a thing that all three of them would use. Different version of those. So that makes sense, I think. Okay, move there.
The SS United States is set to become the world's largest artificial reef in the Gulf of Mexico, but it needs to be moved from its current home in Philadelphia to do that. So, on Null 14, the Walt Whitman and Commodore Barry bridges will be closed as the ship is towed out to sea.
Honestly, I'm not even sure if what you're saying right now is correct. Or maybe you're just pulling my leg. It's hard to tell with you then, you know? Sorry for not being as trusting as I once used to be.
Paul.
Okay, target number. If target shown to be 0, then we retarget, but then we need to know the self. Hold on. If it's not 0, then we really shouldn't retarget, because there's still somebody to shoot. Okay. Then we just simply return. No retargeting is needed in this situation, but if the target is absent, then we need to retarget, and we need to know which number are we, I think. Do we actually? Okay, the second subroutine will check if there's updates, I think. You know, I wish I had more subroutine slots just to make life a little bit easier with separation of the code. If it's 0, we need to retarget, but how do we know how to retarget? Self number. We can know the self number if it's 1. Hold on. This stuff precedes everything, basically, including subroutine. So I don't even need this line to be here. I just need to know itself. It's from here, and then it goes into subroutine. Target channel 1. Target value to channel 1. I don't know. Sending signal for targets, should it be in retargeting or outside? It's like a different functionality altogether. Why would it be in the same thing? Right? So we do know our number, and if it's 1, self parameter is value, and the value is 1. Nothing additional needs to be done, only a simple search for a new target. Closest one, but of course it should be an enemy. Just select a different target. That's it for the number 1. If the self is actually number 2, then complications begin. Parameter value 2, especially for the third one. So if we are 2, then we need to know if the first one is alive. We do that by comparing two values, which is a value in the channel dedicated to the first and in the value dedicated to first, right? So this thing should be different. Let me think. We accept the thingy from, we receive value from for the counter. We store it in life 1. And the channel number should be what? Channel do we use for it? Maybe 8 and 7, just so it would be easy to remember. Life 1 is 7, life 2 is 8. Okay, so we do extract that from a network and store those values in local variables. What we do after? Hold on. Can we actually compare them without storing? Or do I have to use for it 4 variables? Huh. Let's save life 1. I cannot compare it to channel, right? Operator. Yeah, I only can receive the data from a network and then I need to store it into the variable. I cannot compare directly to the stuff in the channel. Okay, and I do have to use those. Life 1, life 2, and past life 1, past life 2. I mean, we don't need these two. Can we return them to original meaning? Hold on. Should complain. Was there a default value? Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll use them later. Okay. So, we receive from channel 7 and channel 8 and store those two here. Then we need to compare them to the past versions of those, which is operator bitwise OR int integer where would it store it? Oh, it just performs operation on the thingy itself, counter. So the value in counter will change. Okay. How do we do this? How to compare two numbers and know if they are the same? We can subtract one from another, right? And if it's 0, then they are the same. But I would also need these two values in life 1 and life 2 to be later placed without changes into past life 1, past life 2. Maybe I then can simply pull another time, though the same channels. Because it's not even relevant if the number stayed the same, it's just if it changed at all. Okay, so we store the new ones. Then we perform math, which store life 1 parameter, it's life 1 operator subtraction. Same for the second ones. Okay. So if life 1 is 0 by this point, then it's not updating. And that also means that the first one is dead. How do we check that? Maybe we use another variable. We do have still 2 more. Right? Those that I've tried to use as constants. So counter life 1 at this point is equal to 0, then we do something. Counter life 2, same stuff. If it's 0, then it's not updating. And if it's not updating, then we need to signify that somehow. Like a Boolean value, probably. Okay, let's rename counter. Dead 1. That's not what I meant. Dead 1. And that. Come on. Dead 2. We're practically using everything at this point. So if life 1 is not updated from the last time, then we should place operator substitution, counter dead 1 parameter value of 1. Let's call it a true. Same goes for the second. The 2 from parameter value 1 substitution. So basically, if the counter is not updated, then we place 1 into the dead 1 variable. Then later, anywhere else in the code, we can actually see if 1 is dead or not, just by doing a simple comparison to a number 1 or 0. And if they are, so second one should only be concerned with if the dude the invalid variable dead 2 is dead. No, variable dead 1, right? So let me think. How do we do this? I already have by this point a variable in dead 2 if he's dead. Then we should go with comparison. Counter dead 1 parameter value of 1 branch conditions. So if he's dead, we proceed in one way. If he's not, then we proceed the other way. Okay, not about... Also need to update this thing. Okay, by this point we also know which number is performing this operation, right? It is already stored in self. So We actually should begin this process from identifying which of the OK does this. Counter self. If it's a value of 1. So, if we do know that we are number 1, we should we should That's another part of the logic that is kind of difficult. So this code is needed specifically to know if the guys that spam into the channel are alive or not. How do we update it though? Should it be a part of normal code? I really should know which number of OK it is. I thought of using this subroutine to update everything, but then where would I put checking if others are alive? Also, I thought I needed this thing. Should this update the counters and check for alive? Decisions. Actually, self 1 and self 2 should go in parallel over here. And they should also update their version of channel. And then... Now that would be weird. They update their own variables and then they'll check those same variables on the network. Although it's not that weird because they update their own values, and Yeah. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's move all of this to the right. Shit. Is there... Okay. I think I've just deleted stuff that I didn't want to delete, and there's no going back from that, I guess? Or is there? Nope. Doesn't seem like it is possible. Well, fuck me then. I'll have to redo that. Fine, let's start with counters. Fine. Right, fine. What do we use it for? Okay, counter life 1. Parameter value. We add. We also need to perform modulus on it. Live 1 parameter. Modulus would be like, I wanna say 100? 500? Okay, operator modulus. Just to clamp values, you know, to go in circles basically with this simple addition. Okay, self to... No, let's finish this one and then we just copy it. So after modulus, we send it. Counter life 1, channel number 7. Right? Just add one modulus, then we send it to 7. Okay. If self is 2, then we do basically the same thing, just numbers would be different. Counter life 2, counter life 2, and channel counter should be different. There. And then we check by pulling information from the network. Basically, like we need to converge these paths. Now we actually read from those same channels that we have updated, probably updated. Channel number 7, counter, life 1, receive channel 8, life 2. What we do then after is we first of all we do this, you know, typical comparison through subtraction. Value of this. Same for the second one. Operator subtraction. Okay, we've read this stuff. We then do a subtraction. If they aren't the same, if they're either bigger or smaller, then we know that those are alive. And if not, if they are the same, counter. If actually, hold on. Old values. We also need to store stuff in old values after this mathematical expression. Right, so we need this. Copy. But then we need to shove it into the old values. If that makes sense. Okay. And also we should check if live 1 and live 2 are actually zeros. Value. Need anything else after that? Yeah, if none of those are true, then we don't need to do anything. Parameter value 0. It's quite involved, I'm not gonna lie. So if live 1 is 0, then he is dead. You need to place a variable which is operator substitution, parameter value of 1. Enter is dead 1. Actually, we should check the second one as well. Counter dead 2. Parameter value, operator substitution, kind of like that. Yeah, it's a bit convoluted, a bit more involved than it used to be. No wonder they didn't give me this option of going for variables previously. But now we actually know if first one is dead or not, and the second one as well. So if it's the first, we simply retarget. And also I need to decide where to run the subroutine. Probably somewhere here-ish. After I extracted the data from the OKI of which number it is, then I use subroutine 2 to update numbers and to determine whether the first and second one are dead. And then we do what? We then use subroutine 1. Subroutine 1 is this one. Here we actually can check if the first one is dead, then what do we do then? If the first one is dead, then we select the target No, you know what? I need to check something other than that. Target number, right. To check if the enemy is dead that we've aimed at previously. Hold on. First we select the target. Well, we check if the target is dead or not. And that requires us to check the target and compare the result parameter 0. Okay, if we have the second ones, if we see the target and it's not dead, we don't do anything special, we just simply continue. Maybe we should put it somewhere here. Hold on. No harm in it, really, except for a bit of a performance issue. But it's frees up space. But if the target is dead, we need to check if our ally of number 1 is dead as well. Counter dead 1, parameter value 1, which condition same. So if he's dead, if he's not dead. If he is dead, then we retarget. The setup is quite involved, but I think I can use it on any OK with anybody. So this is like the only time I need to program it. Then we retarget stuff, enemies, any of those. Then we extract. We'll do this again. Basically, we see the number of the target, and then we send it through the network. Counter target through channel 1. Okay, so if the enemy is dead, we retarget. If our ally is dead, we do retargeting ourselves. And we go there. If he is still alive, that's a different logic, because we simply receive. No, we receive into the target from channel 1. Then we use that to point at our target. Actually, I've forgotten to use auto turn. Damn it, different one. Okay, it's dead. We target, we turn towards it, we specify which number it is, and we send that number to our colleagues. If he's not dead, then we read the channel 1, we target that number, and we turn towards it. Good enough, I guess. At least for the second one. The third one should actually have even more logic, because he needs to check if whether first one and the second one are dead. So self parameter value of 3, same. If none of this is correct, we might as well return, right? If we are not self 1 through 3, then we are probably not even, it's not even possible to execute this thing. So if we are self 3, we should check if whether first one is dead. Dead 1, parameter value of 1. If he is dead, we should also check he's not dead. It's kind of cramped in here. Yeah, we should also check if the second one is dead. If both of those are dead, then we simply should retarget and aim at it. But how do we do this? How do we fit all of that in here? Yeah, probably I need to shift this thing somewhere downwards. Like this. Okay, this is better, I guess. If both are dead, then we should do this. If both dead, then we target on our own. And we turn towards that target. We move out of here. If first one is dead, then we check the second one. But if not, then we target stuff from channel 1. Right? No, not right. Come on. Why am I doing this? I need to first check if we have a target currently. So these two. Okay. Move all of these down a bit. Okay. So first we check if we have a target. Counter target, input data, target identification. If we don't, I assume we need to check if we do. Hold on. Counter target parameter value of 0. If we don't have it, okay. So we still have a target, then we just leave. And if we don't, we check if the first one is dead. And if he is, we check the second one. And if he's not dead, then we read channel 1. Target from channel 1. Confirm. Basically, it's the same thing. Target from channel 1. for both of these. Redundancy, basically. Oh well, might as well. So we check, we pull the target. What do we do next? Target, auto turn. Copy. Okay, I think with subroutines I'm done. Then, how should we do this? We need a bit of logic to pursue our target before actually going to this logic of firing weapons. So how do we do exactly that? Well, we do have auto-turning. So basically, don't need turning at this point. And we might as well close in on the target constantly. Right? No point in us keeping our distance. So might as well move forward quickly. Processing mode pass through, I think. Let me save real quick. It's a lot of stuff I've been doing on it. And now let's test it. The information. Actually, let's go for the battle arena. Select opponent. Do we have opponents where we have teams? Yeah, 3 priests. Let's try it, I guess. Okay. Life -1, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, straight away they do consider. I see the bug now. I see the bug. From the very start they already consider first ones to be dead. Right? Let's see it again. Yep. They update their value a little bit too slow. So each one of those now target each different target, basically. Its own target. I see the problem. So the problem is that they don't update these numbers quickly enough. know what? What if we use this subroutine twice? That will increase the number of checks. Beep, boop. Hmm. Where CPU, but I get different CPU. Is this? This one is slow. So did I buy those already? Oh no, I'm not. I see. I'm dumb. Let's buy the fast one. Surely it won't bite me in the ass. Right. You know, the math on this thing is real weird. Life 1 and life 2. 0, 1, minus 1, 0, 1, 2. It starts out like normally, like it should. But then for some reason it bugs out. Wish I could debug it more thoroughly. One, two, they place those in. Seven and 8, 0. Restart, because this doesn't really make sense. One, two, two. I think they are too slow with this update stuff. Why though? Why though? Yeah, I'm a mad scientist, because I'm about to go mad. Not in a way that would describe as angry, but in a way that doesn't really understand anything. This subroutine is faulty, somehow. How do we actually check this? Hold on. Operation of maximum minimum, square root, tenants, bitwise stuff. I mean, either or. But then you store it in life 1, right? How do you store it then? It's not the actually old value, right? It's not really an old value. So how do we compare it though? Hold on. Parameter time itself. Yeah, I need to somehow update the old value properly. Like exactly when it needs to happen. What would bitwise OR in this case even do? Like, would it compare two numbers? Does it give Boolean value? Or maybe it's a numerical value? Integer. Absolute value. Square root, sine, cosine, tangent, arctangent. See, I don't understand really what it would do to the value. I actually envisioned myself using subroutine 2 much more often. Like sprinkle it across the code base to update it in real time, real quickly. And those checks for dodge or not, I think there shouldn't be here. You know, let's make this part of actual main code at the beginning. Sure, it wouldn't update if our compatriots are dead as quickly, but at least there's a chance that this thing would work properly. Who's pointing at them? Gonna finagle you into the shape I want. Okay, so this is the check, and we update stuff before. Should update stuff after. Then we should execute subprogram 1 for targeting. And we've kind of broken this thing. As a matter of fact, I think we've destroyed the entire thing. Yeah, kind of. Let's fix this. Use 2 weapons, right? Weapon 2, weapon 1. If weapon 1 was a bit buggy in a way. Yeah, overheating logic was yeeted out of here. The melee and also checking for ammo, I think. Weapon 2? I think I've started with 2. overheating. I need to know if we are overheating. Status, thermal durability. Let's go for 80. Condition. If it's below, probably. If not, then we go here and smack people with our arms. If it's below, then we go into firing mode. Right. And this is it. Oh, yeah. We also need to check if the targeted, if any target is closer than, say, 50. Let's go for 40. 40 mages. No, I don't think he can hit that far. Let's go for 20, as usually. If anyone... Come on, game. Ugh. Pressed? Yep. I've pressed what I've pressed. Thanks, emulator. I appreciate your freaking concern. God damn it. Well, at least we can save this part from being heated out of existence. Move it. Yeah. Okay. La la la. Okay. Now we kind of move and finagle all of it this way. Okay, and how do we... This way, basically. So we check this thing, then we go and need to execute subroutine 1. Then we move towards enemy. Like real quick, right? And I also want to update subroutine at the end of it, so it would be executed twice per cycle with updates. And check would be like much later, right? Also, we might as well copy this thing. Copy, flip horizontally. This looks much better than previously. Yeah, I think. let's save just in case. In case I press something else untoward. And let's test this. Arena. Nope. Counter is still dead 1, dead 2. Why? Why is it... Why is it like this? Ugh. I'll have to figure out some way of determining if, you know, my dudes are alive or not, and if that even is something I should care about. I'll have to experiment a bit after the stream, but I'm already overstaying my welcome. It's like 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna experiment a bit, and maybe I won't even need all of that convoluted logic with updates and determining if allies are alive or not. I'll simply go by the first who can pushes the number of target, and everyone, you know, pulls it. And so if that number is not 0, then everyone simply continues to fire upon it. Anyway, for now that would be it. We still made a bit of progress, especially knowing that the game probably has 20 chapters, and we quite a ways away into the last chapters. I just need, you know, advanced enough logic in my CPUs to use most of the bodies in more, you know, logical sense. We need to focus our fires on one target and then switch to the next one, and that's a bit harder to do when you doing it for the first time. Anyway, let me see, who can we raid? That's trending. Why not? She raided me not so long ago. We might as well return in favor. Anyway, take care, guys. See you next time. Bye bye, and you know, all of the such.